I the last issue, the last name, Edward McCollum on the front. But we still need the substitution attorney. He just filed an appearance this morning.
He's going to file a substitution right now.
Okay.
But it's probably going to be a reset.
What's going on with Bush?
I believe Mr. Pfeiffer has officers on the way that'll be here in about 10 minutes. They didn't get their subpoenas, but they're on the way.
So we're gonna run Bush.
My understanding is.
Okay, let's go on Green.
My understanding is they want to run that too.
You ready?
I
Sorry.
haven't seen any officer on that case yet, but if I can go check the hall just one moment. Your
I
Honor.
don't think Ms. Donnelly's in here. Is she in here?
No.
Okay. Any defense attorneys in here? I serve at this point.
Okay.
You can get whatever one you're ready to run on and we can get it started.
Okay. Go check and see who's in the hall. Who's ready to run. Your Honor, we're going to do the adjournment on the record for McCall. If we're ready for that, and then we're ready to run Rico Holmes after that.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Edward McCall 24-03139. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case for hearing. First, making a motion to practice under Michigan Court Rule number 8.120. Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Anderson on behalf of the Blue Law Firm and Mr. Cole, who does appear personally to my right.
Okay, today's the date and time that was set for preliminary examination. I just signed the substitution of counsel. And so you recently retained on this matter.
That's correct, sir.
You're not, you're not prepared to proceed to exam today.
That's correct. We do not have discovery at this time.
Okay, Mr. McCall, you understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination within 21 days of the date that you're arraigned.
Yes.
You understand that because you've retained counsel and they have to get discovery and review that discovery with you, which takes time, that you're not prepared to have that exam today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you willing to waive the timeline so I can reset it? Are you willing to waive the 21 days that I just mentioned to you, so I can reset this?
Yes, sir.
January 2nd, 8:30. January 2nd at 8:30. Any additional matters for the record today?
Nothing further from the people. No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, bond will continue. We'll get your notice to appear in just a moment. Mr. Freeman is here on Hopkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
What are we doing with that?
I'm not sure if Mr. Hopkins is here. He's here. Okay. I have not seen the necessary witness, Bianca Higginbotham, on that case. However, we had ongoing negotiations with a plea deal today. So I guess I'll defer to Mr. Freeman at this point.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Marion Hopkins 24-00682. Here it's for the record.
One of Your Honor, case mark hearing appearing on behalf of the people.
One of Your Honor, Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender, appearing on behalf of Mr. Hopkins, who is to my right.
Okay, today was the date that was scheduled for preliminary examination and the prosecution has not seen the necessary witnesses at this time. That's correct.
Yes, sir.
And there was some ongoing negotiations.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Freeman, how do you want to proceed?
Sorry, Judge.
I said there's some ongoing negotiations between the parties. But the witness is not here. How do you want to proceed?
Thank you again, Your Honor. If I may begin by indicating that there was an offer from the people. I thought it was a generous offer. I've conveyed it to Mr. Hopkins more than once. He has indicated in no uncertain terms that he wants to reject that offer. And therefore, if the people are not ready to proceed, I would respectfully move the court for a dismissal without.
A motion to dismiss without prejudice is granted. I'll get you a copy of dismissal in just a moment. Do you have any questions? So the without prejudice means that they do have the right to reissue this against you. You understand that? Moment. Who's on phone number ending in 2053?
What, ma'am?
What's your name?
Carol McIntyre?
Okay, Ms. McIntyre, you need to be here in person.
Schroeder sent me a report this morning about that one, Your Honor.
She's on telephone. She doesn't even have a video.
Yes, sir.
Her Chinese time. Where's the email?
She had to take her, the person she's caring for that's terminally ill with her boyfriend, she had to take him to the hospital. this morning.
I believe Ms. Schroeder was working on getting some sort of proof of that too.
You need to appear in person or your attorney needs to provide evidence as to why you're not here, okay?
Okay,
And even if you appear via Zoom, if I granted that permission, it would be with video, not by telephone, okay?
okay.
You should contact your attorney right now,
Contact my attorney right now.
correct?
Okay,
Mr. Goodrich. You have Marquise Washington with you?
Yes, it's right.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Marquise Washington, 24-03116, council appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. Case Mark Herring, appearing on behalf of the people.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Washington.
Okay, and today's the date that was scheduled for preliminary examination for Mr. Washington. Are we proceeding to examine today?
Your Honor, the defense is planning to proceed to examine this matter.
Assuming the prosecution is ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I need to check the hall for Officer Malik. We are ready to go on Rico home, so Your Honor, if you wanted to start that instead. I have non-officer witnesses here on that one too.
No, I don't want to start at 9 o'clock when the 8:30 is ready.
Let me just go check for Officer Malik, but I should at least be able to put one officer up there to start.
All right, please approach.
Yes,
Thank you.
you need the defense to approach?
Yeah.
I mean, prosecution to approach? Oh, okay.
No.
We'll send an email so it could be removed. The tether?
Yeah, that's, he was asking me, how do I get this taken off?
He's got to go back to Ingham County so they can remove it.
Okay. I didn't know if I needed some written evidence.
No, you don't. We send an email.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you.
Mr. Martinez is just checking which officers are out there right now. I talked to multiple of them. Before we go up, start the exam, I do have a stipulation to some exhibits and a certified conviction to provide to the court. We can start with Officer Saliba. Permission to approach?
Yes, please.
The People's Exhibits number 1, 2, and 3, Your Honor. For the record, People's Exhibit number 1 is a certified copy of the criminal office.
Okay, there's a stipulation to people's 1, 2, and 3. Is that correct? Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Motion to be admitted by stipulation. So many. It's like starting and then finish. You can call your witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, people will call Officer Saliba on the sheet to the stand.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Have a seat. State your first and last name and spell both.
Saliva Moshi. First name Saleva, last name Moshi, Moshi.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Moshi, are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
Where?
City of Lansing Police Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Lansing Police Department?
Almost 2 years.
What is your current rank and assignment?
Currently a patrol officer.
What do you do as a patrol officer for the Lansing Police Department?
Currently I respond to calls for service.
Were you employed and in that same capacity on the date of October 12th, 2024?
I was.
At some point, were you dispatched to the location of South Cedar and East Jolly?
I was.
Is that in the city of Lansing,
Yes, it is.
Hingham County,
Yes,
state of Michigan?
it is.
What were you responding to, officer?
I was responding to a personal injury crash.
So when you say a personal injury crash, what does that mean?
It means that a crash occurred and that there was someone that was complaining of an injury.
How many vehicles were involved?
There were 2.
Do you recall what vehicles?
One of them I recall is a GMC terrain.
Do you
You said a
recall,
GMC what?
Terrain.
do you recall who that vehicle was registered to?
I do. It was registered to a Marquise, Washington.
That person that you've name identified as Marquise Washington, have you interacted with him before?
At the hospital.
Let me stop you real quick. Because he keeps bending down, so it's making it more difficult for me to hear.
Oh.
That doesn't amplify your voice at all.
I apologize.
That's, yeah, people think that that amplifies. That's actually for the court recorder to hear what's being said.
Okay.
But what your responses are actually for me to hear, and then
Okay.
this courtroom is set up completely out of order. You're ahead of me, there's this, so I need to be able to hear you, so you don't have to bend down.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this question then. That person that you've identified as Marquise Washington, the one who the GMC terrain was registered to, when you responded to the scene, was Marquise still in the vehicle?
No, he was not.
Do you know where he was?
I did not.
Did officers have to locate him?
Yes.
Do you know if he was eventually located?
Yes, he was.
Did you make contact with him at the hospital?
I did.
That person that you've name identified as Marquise Washington and made contact with at the hospital, would you recognize them if you saw them again today?
Yes.
Are they in the courtroom here with us? If so, please point them out and identify him by an article of clothing.
Yes, he's here. He's wearing a Nike jacket in multicolored.
You're on to let the record reflect Officer Moshi has identified the defendant.
Objection to the defense, Your Honor.
Identification is noted.
Now, it's my understanding there was a few officers involved here. So what exactly did you do when you responded as a part of this investigation?
So I am the one that found the firearm in the vehicle. I called for a tow, did an inventory search, and then I am the one that was sitting at the hospital with the defendant.
Let's talk about the firearm you found in the vehicle. Let's break that down a little bit. What vehicle did you find it?
I found it in GMC terrain.
Who, if anyone else, was that vehicle registered to?
Marquise Washington.
Anyone other than Marquise?
Not that I recall.
Was anyone else at the vehicle when you started your search or made contact with it?
At the vehicle, no, it was unoccupied.
Did you have any information on whether or not someone had left that vehicle, if someone was in it?
Yes. Witnesses on scene said that the occupants fled.
How many occupants do you know?
I don't recall.
Okay, fair enough. So when you respond, you see this vehicle. How did it appear when you responded?
It appeared to be in a parking lot.
Did it look like it was drivable? Let me
No.
rephrase.
Not at all.
Can you describe how it looked then?
The front end was smashed up, airbags deployed. The right side door was open and also smashed up.
So the right side door was open. Where was the firearm located?
It was located in the floorboard of the right passenger.
Did you at all get into that car before you saw that firearm? How did you see the firearm?
So the door was open. Someone also did point it out to me, but I didn't have to go in the vehicle, I could see it from the outside.
Would it be fair to say that you recovered this firearm as a part of your inventory search after?
Correct,
Why did you do an inventory search?
because I towed the vehicle.
And did you take photographs of this firearm when you recovered it?
I did,
Would you recognize those photographs if I showed showed them to you again here today?
yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with People's Exhibits 2 and 3.
Yes.
Look at People's Exhibits 2 and 3 for me there. Look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes, I did.
What is contained in those photographs listed as People's Exhibits 2 and 3?
It is a black rifle pistol that I located while doing the inventory search.
Were you able to determine who, if anyone, this pistol was registered to?
No, I was not able to determine that.
Did you have any information that anyone more than one occupant had left that vehicle?
I don't recall.
You say you didn't what?
I don't recall.
In addition to a firearm, did you find anything else inside the vehicle?
Yes, I found a spent rifle casing, or I'm sorry, a spent casing. And I located a phone as well.
What about any other ammunition or magazines?
In terms of ammunition, there was a magazine in the firearm I found, and it did have any ammunition in there, and it was also loaded.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross exam.
Yeah. Officer Moshi, you testified minutes ago here that that you received a report that there were multiple occupants in that vehicle, didn't you?
Correct.
Now, did you personally see anybody leave the vehicle, or was it like essentially unoccupied by the time you got on scene?
It was essentially unoccupied when I got on scene.
But the reports that you received that there were multiple people fleeing that vehicle.
I don't recall that exactly. I can't say whether it was multiple or one. I don't recall.
Okay, I'm not asking if there were. I'm just asking what the reports coming in from dispatch or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, and it was for multiple people. And
Okay, let me clarify. So there was a dispatch for multiple people fleeing the vehicle
Um,
that you recall?
so witnesses on scene. I don't remember the dispatch notes, but I recall witnesses on scene saying that occupants fled the vehicle.
Okay.
so there's multiple people.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna show you or point to People's Exhibit 2. Okay, that is the photo you took of the front passenger seat of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that door was open when you arrived.
Correct.
And in your general experience, the driver of a vehicle would get out the driver's side via door.
That would be correct.
Objection. I think that's speculation, Your Honor. The car crash showed that Jack Lewis, right?
The state or the way the question was formulated was his general experience.
Yes.
The driver would, on speculation, he's asked about his general experience.
I guess I would object to relevance then, Your Honor, about what his general experience has to do with this case and who fled the vehicle in this case.
Your
Want to
Honor,
respond?
yes, Your Honor, it goes to if the person is fleeing out the driver's side of the vehicle, it would be virtually impossible to leave the gun in the position that he photographed it.
I think it's very relevant, so objections overruled.
Your Honor, if I may,
You may.
this was a car crash where the car was irreparably damaged. It had to be towed. For all we know, the driver's side door couldn't even open.
That sounds like argument.
So I would raise a lack of foundation objection.
Okay, you can address the foundational.
Hey, officer, you stated that you witnessed the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And did you try to open the driver's side door?
I did an inventory and don't recall if I went to the driver's side door.
Okay, so it's unknown whether or not that door was working to you.
Correct, yeah, correct.
Your Honor, I believe it certainly hasn't ruled out the possibility.
The
Moving further-
objection's overruled. You can continue.
So this gun in the photo, People's Exhibit 2, is actually hanging out of the car, isn't it, when you find it? At least a little bit.
What appears to be a little bit hanging out.
Okay, and that the gun could not have been in that position while both doors were closed, correct?
I wouldn't
Check
be able
your
to, I
speculation.
wouldn't know that.
Let me back up. The question prior to was the position of the firearm, where it was
Yes.
located.
Yes.
And then your follow-up question was what?
The previous question was whether the gun was slightly outside of the door, and he stated that it was, and I asked that, would that make it have been impossible for the door to have been closed with that gun in the same exact position?
And your objection was what?
Speculation, I think we're asking to speculate at this
I don't
point.
think that's speculation. If something is he's observed it, he can give his opinion based on his experience and what he observed as to whether or not something could have obstructed a door from being closed. If he doesn't know, he can say that, so the objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Officer, do you believe the door could have been closed with the gun sticking out of the vehicle as shown in your photo?
Based on the photo, the door to me could still be closed.
So, all right, but it is on the passenger side is it kind of between the seat and the door? Where that is?
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever done an investigation of a carrying concealed weapon case before in your 2 years as an officer?
I've been involved. So,
And have you ever come across guns being found in a vehicle before?
yes,
And have you ever been involved in a situation where there were multiple people inside of a vehicle?
no,
So in your 2 years, you've never had multiple people in a,
I'm sorry. There were, but they were still on scene.
what are some of the techniques you use as an officer to determine what gun belongs to who inside a vehicle?
Asking questions.
Okay. Do you use the location of where the gun is found?
Correct.
And do you use basically, I guess, the common sense of could a person reach that location to determine whose gun it might belong to?
Correct. You could.
And in this situation, that gun is in the position most easily accessible by the person riding in the front passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And the ammunition you found was basically right next to that gun?
The ammunition I found was in the magazine that was in the rifle.
In the right.
Yes.
Okay. So, all right, so they're all together.
Correct.
Okay, and that rifle was not registered to Mr. Washington or anyone else?
No, I wasn't registered to anyone.
Okay, Your Honor, no further questions at this time.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. To be clear, who is the vehicle registered to?
Marcus Washington.
Who, if anyone, did you have information that fled this vehicle? Or apologize, let me rephrase. Who, if anyone, did you make contact with at the hospital later?
Marcus Washington.
Why was Marquise Washington at the hospital?
Because he was the one found near the scene of the crash.
Did he have any injuries?
Uh,
Or was he being checked out for injuries?
he was being checked out for injuries,
Why would he be checked out for injuries after this vehicle crash?
just in case of internal injuries.
Would that be because he was in the vehicle?
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Officer Washington, for the excuse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the people call Officer Kyle Mikolazik. I might have butchered that last name. And I believe Officer Malik is the third witness I'm planning to call, Your Honor. My understanding that an appointment to the hospital this morning, but he is still going to be here. I just might be a little behind. So did you see the officer? He's supposed to be there. Okay, well, I have to check with Joel. Joel's checking. Said, no, he's not here. So, Your Honor, I got an email from Mr. Martinez. Apparently, Officer Malik had a doctor's appointment this morning and is unavailable. He's the third witness I plan to call. He said he emailed our victim witness unit. I didn't see it, so I can double check that when I get back. I'm prepared to put Officer Kyle Mikolasik up to the stand still. There he is.
So you believe that Officer
Officer
Malik
Malik
is
is
essential?
necessary, and I would be requesting a continuance after this witness.
He's necessary for what purpose?
He made contact with the defendant, Your Honor. He is also the charged person for the resisting and obstructing charge.
He's also what?
The victim listed for the resisting and obstructing charge.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
You can have a seat. What's your first and last name spelled both?
Kyle Michael Isaac, Kyle Michael Aizyk.
Michael Isaac. I butchered your last name.
I would have too. You can Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Michael Isaac. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where?
City of Lansing Police Department.
How long have you been employed there? What's your rank and assignment?
Patrol officer.
What do you do as a patrol officer?
Respond to 911 calls and. Police.
Were you employed in that same rank and assignment on the date of October 12th, 2024?
Yes.
Did you respond to a call for a crash at the location of South Cedar and East Jolly?
I did.
At some point, did you make contact with a person named Marquise Washington?
I did.
Did you take a statement from a person named Marquise Washington?
I did.
Prior to taking a statement from him, did you read him his Miranda rights? Did he confirm that he understood them and wanted to still speak?
I believe so.
Would you have spoken with him if he didn't?
No.
So did you then
Yeah.
take a statement from him?
Sorry.
What, if anything, did you ask him about driving or the circumstances of that night?
I asked him if he was driving. I asked him if he had a green light or a red light, and he had insurance on the vehicle.
What, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether he was driving?
He said he had a green light.
So what did that lead you to believe about who was driving the vehicle?
I believe he was driving the vehicle.
Why did he say he had a green light? Do you know?
I only can believe that he was referring to.
Can you speak a little louder?
I'm sorry.
Objection, I believe the officers attempted to speculate at this point as to Mr. Washington's.
Okay, the question was, why did he say he have a green light?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what was your response?
My response was going to be, I believe that he was saying a green light because he didn't want to be listed as at fault for the crash.
Okay, the objection sustained.
What, if anything, did he tell you about running any red lights?
I believe he told me he did not run a red light, but I'd have to read my report. I'm sorry.
Would it refresh your memory if I approach you with a copy of your report?
Yes, sir.
Approach you with a copy of the report. Just read that silently, and whenever your memory's been refreshed, look up at me. Is your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he tell you about running any red lights?
He said to me, I did not run no red lights.
What, if anything, did he tell you about anyone else being in the vehicle?
Not all.
Did he tell you anything about anyone else being in the vehicle?
Not that I recall.
Did he tell you anything about a firearm being in the vehicle?
Not that I recall.
Did he tell you that he was a valid CPL holder?
No. No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything about someone else that had fled this vehicle? So based on the conversation you had with him, who all did you know was occupying that vehicle when the wreck happened?
Just so.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Cross-examine.
Your Honor. Officer, was it your conclusion at the end of your police work that Mr. Washington was the driver of the vehicle
Yes,
and not a passenger?
as far as my conclusion would be. Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No other questions for the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Officer Michael Isaac, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Additional witnesses today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding, the officers that are out in the hall sent a text to Officer Osentoski. He was the report writer on this. I don't know why he's not here currently. However, Officer Malik, I think, is unavailable entirely. He is the necessary witness for the resisting and obstructing charge, so I'd be requesting a continuance anyways. Sure, if Your Honor wants to wait for Officer Osentoski, do another case, and then start this back up again later when he's here, or if you'd just like to reset it all.
We're gonna have to reset it all, there's no point to doing that. Mr. Rich,
Your Honor, obviously we would request the court to proceed, but we understand.
yeah,
Since to come back another day to finish up.
yeah, there's no sense in tying up Mr. Washington if we're not gonna finish it today anyways. So we can reset. Do we have any idea when the officer will be available?
My understanding is that Officer Malik just had a doctor's appointment this morning, so whatever the court's normal schedule could accommodate should be fine.
January 2nd at 9 AM. We'll continue any additional matters for the record.
Nothing from the people.
Your Honor, the defense would like to address a condition of bond at this time. Mr. Washington currently has a curfew, which I believe to be 7 PM to 7 AM. He just got a job working, with all these warehouse in Weberville, and the job would basically be working from, it's like an afternoon shift, which is like 3 PM till 11, 12 PM. So I would ask the court to consider shrinking his curfew down to something like 1 AM to 7 AM based on his new work schedule, or 1 AM to 8 AM. Or eliminating the curfew altogether, of course, we want to do that.
That was your job working what hours?
At Aldi's warehouse in Weberville.
Seven to that.
Anything I need to show? Yeah. Okay, Your Honor, to be clear, what he received a text. It says, "Congratulations, Marquise, you are officially registered and scheduled for a 30-minute group interview during Aldi Warehouse interview event on Tuesday, November 5th at 9 AM. Our team is looking forward to meeting you." So I guess he still has to do the interview process.
Okay, motion's denied. Gotta get a job first before you can have a curfew adjusted for a job.
Okay, if you were to officially get that job, would the court entertain? And
Absolutely, I just need proof of his schedule.
okay, all right, thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's my understanding he is on probation with Judge Aquilina still. So I just wanted to make that. I could be wrong.
I don't think
That's my understanding. I just asked Andrea McRae. She was the one that brought this to my attention. I'll let the court know why.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Is it your phone?
Go home, Mr. Carter is. I didn't know if you wanted to call one of the earlier, so that one's right.
Ms. Schroeder, Ms. McIntyre was on phone in my virtual courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor.
I told her she needed to appear in person.
Your Honor, if I may, she was on her way here, but the terminally ill family member that she is caring for actually is now in the hospital. That is why she is not here. I told her I need documentation. And she was on her way here from Tuscola County. I am trying to assist her on, she knew she did have to be here in person, but she did call early this morning to let us know that she can take it into the hospital.
Okay, I'll hold the file to the end of the day, see if you can get some verification.
I will work on that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Rico Dwayne Holmes, 24-02512.
Morning, Your Honor. Case Mark Arian, appearing on behalf of.
May I please support David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Mr. Holmes, who is present.
Today was the date scheduled for a preliminary examination at carrying concealed possession by prohibited assault and 2 counts of felony weapons. How are we proceeding?
I'm prepared to go forward.
As are the people, Your Honor.
Okay, you can call your first witness unless there are preliminary matters.
Your Honor, there is just one preliminary matter. I believe we have a stipulation, at least for the purposes of preliminary examination, to the certified conviction. In this case, that was out of Genesee County. It did not arrive in time. Communicated with Mr. Carter beforehand. I believe we're stipulating to the fact that a certified conviction exists for the prohibited person in possession firearms charge.
That is correct.
Okay. Any other preliminary issues?
No, Your Honor. Just so the court is aware, I'm going to start with testimony from the larceny from the person case.
I was just about to say, I didn't call this second case number 24-01146. I have 2 files for him.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're gonna start with the
24-01146, Your Honor.
larceny. Okay. You can proceed.
People call Benjamin Wade to the stand.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can have a seat. You can state your first and last name and then spell both.
Benjamin Wade, W-A-D-E, first name Benjamin, B-E-N, J-A-M-I-N, last name Wade, W-A-D-E.
Okay, and that microphone, I think you were here when I said it, that's for the court reporter that's behind you. She's got to take down everything that's being stated in the court, but that microphone will not amplify your voice for anyone to hear, particularly me, okay? So your responses need to be loud and clear. They also must be verbal because we can't write head nods or mm-hms into the record. So we need yes or no answers in verbal responses. If there's an objection from either of the attorneys, you'll stop speaking immediately. I need to make a ruling on that objection. Then I'll tell you if you're able to give us that answer or not based on the court rules, okay?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay, you can proceed, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wade.
Morning.
Mr. Wade, where do you live?
Hello, 131 Stoddard, East Lansing, Michigan.
How long have you lived in the Lansing area? You know an individual by the name of Rico Holmes?
Yes,
How do you know Rico Holmes?
he used to work for me.
Would it be fair to say you met Rico more than once?
Yes,
How many times? Approximately.
it's gotta be over 50.
You know what he looks like?
Yes,
The person that you've name identified as Rico Holmes, is he in here with the courtroom, in the courtroom with us today? If so,
Yes.
please point him out and identify him by an article of photo.
white shirt with the dreadlocks and the beard.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
None.
Identifications noted.
Mr. Wade, I don't want to take up too much more of your time today, so I'm going to get right to it. I'm going to take you back to the date of May 8th, 2023. Recall that date?
Yes,
Did you make contact with police on that date?
yes.
Why was that?
Because me and Rico got to the altercation.
And we'll get to that altercation in just a moment. When you made contact with the police, or let me rephrase it this way, are you familiar with the location of 101 East Hillsdale?
Yes.
What's there?
It used to be credit union. And now it's an apartment building, and to the left of that is a used to be a store, downtown party store. It's caught a fire.
Is that location of 101 East Hillsdale, is that in the city of Lansing,
Yes,
Hingham County,
yes,
state of Michigan?
yes.
Now, you mentioned that you got into an altercation with the defendant at this point, and that's why you called the police.
Yes.
Please explain to me what happened.
Yeah, I was coming out of Michigan Lottery Bureau, right there, Washington. Science Street. Someone had tried to use my name. So as I come on, I was going to my van, and I looked out, saw Rico, well, sidewalk. It was like 80, 90 degrees outside that day.
What was he wearing?
Yeah, all black, a black mask, black hood, black pants, everything black.
What happened? How did you notice him?
And so then I looked at him, like Rico, and he said, "Hey," and he said, "I should beat your face."
You're allowed to cuss, yes,
I
sir.
should beat your fucking ass. I said, "For what?" He said, "Because you called the police on me." I said, "What reason I got to call the police on you for?" He said, "Matter of fact, I'm gonna beat your ass." And then he stepped on me, and we started fighting. You know, because I had one arm at that time because I got a toe rotator cuff. You know, this one, because you know I got a toe rotator cuff. So one arm, so we started fighting. So I was trying to go to my van for the phone, so that I couldn't do that at the time. So we was fighting, he was swinging and running, so I'm taking, swinging and running. So then there was a parking meter right in front of the lottery place. So then I had him cornered, then I was about to hit him. And so then he bounced off my phone, fell, grabbed the phone, took off running. At that time I had sustained some injuries in my eye, my lip. And so then as we ran, I called the police about my phone. But I had, you know, when you lose your phone, you gotta call the you gotta make a police report. Then you gotta call the company, you gotta turn the phone off, whatever. So then I did that, and I told the police what happened. So they said, "You want to press charges?" I said, "Yeah." And so Rico used to be a real nice guy. I ain't gonna lie about that. You know, it hurt me what he did to me.
Let me
He was like a
stop you
brother
there.
to me.
Let me just stop you there. So I want to break down, you said you got in an altercation. It sounds like a fight happened,
Right.
and at some point your phone was taken. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I dropped the phone. He picked up, took off the line, ran with it.
Did you give him, this might be a silly question, did you give him permission to take your phone?
No,
Did he take your phone and move it?
phone guy grabbed the phone, and took off and ran with it.
Whose phone was that?
Mine.
How close was it to you when he took it?
But 10 inches of that. He was on the ground.
What, did you think he was going to give you your phone back?
No, because he took off and ran with it.
Did you ever catch up to him?
No,
Did he ever give you your phone back?
no,
Have you gotten your phone back to this day?
no.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
One moment. Mr. Wade,
Yes.
my name is David Carter. I represent Mr. Holmes in this matter. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. If there's a question you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase that. Fair enough? All right. You indicated that you came out of the lottery commission, correct?
Yes, downtown Lansing.
And you saw somebody dressed in all black?
It wasn't on somebody, it was Rico.
Okay, but at that time, you hadn't identified him yet, right?
Yes, I know who he was.
Oh, how did you know who he
Because I
was?
know Rico, that's all.
Okay, but, and I can appreciate that, but can you explain to me if he was in all black with a mask on, how you knew it was Rico?
Because I know Rico's face. Then he approached me, I said, beat your ass.
I'm sorry.
Then he approached me and said, I should beat your ass.
Okay, so, but prior to him saying a word, you knew it was Rico?
Yes, I know
All right.
Rico.
And that was with him with a mask on, correct?
The mask wasn't cover his whole entire face like a Halloween mask. No.
Okay, well, I wasn't there and I'm not trying to be
I understand.
confrontational here. I'm just
I
asking
understand.
you a question.
I understand.
So let me ask you about that mask then. You said it didn't cover his whole face?
Word.
What
It was
was,
like it was like a mask, I'm like, here, from here all the way down.
okay, so
From
it
the
was,
nose, yes.
it was the eyes,
No, like from the eyelids, then it comes around by the ears, then it comes up by the nose. right
Oh.
there.
all right, so you could see his eyes and his nose.
Correct.
All right,
Exactly. And
and,
it's for, part of his forehead.
okay, and was this mask, if you remember, was it cotton, nylon?
It was like, nylon.
Okay, and when he talked to you and said, I should kick your ass or whatever, something to that effect, did he have the mask on him still?
As we walked up the sidewalk by the library place, he said, beat your fucking ass. I said, for what?
Okay, but he still had that mask on, correct?
Yeah, right from here down.
Okay, and did that mask ever come off?
Yep.
When did that mask come
When he
off?
was coming towards me across the street. When he was coming towards me across the street, so he lowered the mask.
Okay, so he was coming towards you across the street and he lowered the mask. How far away was he when he lowered the mask?
Also about 2 steps.
2 steps. And did he take the mask off his head or just around his mouth?
Around his mouth and half up.
I'm sorry?
Around his mouth and half up there.
Okay, so he
But
did,
he left his city on.
okay, so he didn't take the mask off, he just moved it up.
This part down, this part up.
All right,
Because we had a dreadlock bag on also.
okay. And he then, you guys got in a scuffle at that point, correct?
Right.
And did the,
Let me back up some. Okay, you didn't ask me what the scuffle about.
I didn't, you're right, I didn't.
Right.
And nor am I going to ask you
Well, I'm
what the
gonna
scuffle.
tell you.
Well,
You're
you
not gonna
only, you
tell
only
me.
get to respond to the question.
All right.
So you guys end up getting in a scuffle. And was this scuffle in a isolated area or did it go, you
It was
know,
an
yards this way and yards that way?
It wasn't an isolated area. That's right there in the middle of the street in front of the library.
All right, but did it stay in that confined area or did it go several feet one way or the other way?
It went, several feet. I was chasing him.
I'm sorry?
It went several feet. I was chasing him, chasing him to the, and I'm in a display. You see, I chased him to the, backed up, chasing to the right, came back for me, swung again. Then I was chasing to the left.
So you
So
were,
that-
You were chasing him
Yeah,
around.
because he kept swinging and running, so,
Okay,
and then, when I dropped the phone, it was right by a parking meter.
okay, so you dropped the phone by a parking meter.
The phone, yeah, and then he picked it up, then he ran with it.
Okay, so when you dropped the phone, it was near a parking meter and
He was right there.
sir, please let me finish and then you can respond. And if there's
Well,
something
go
that
ahead.
needs to be clarified, the prosecutor can ask you questions,
Go ahead.
okay? So when you dropped the phone, it was by a parking meter, correct?
Correct,
How close was it near that parking meter?
right by Rico, but about 4 inches.
4 inches from the parking meter. And so you drop a phone, he picks it up and runs, correct?
I can't answer that because he was right there. That don't make any sense what you're saying.
Oh, I thought you said that he picked up the phone and ran away.
The parking meter right here, Rico's right here by the parking meter. I'm coming at him, I dropped the phone, he picked up and ran.
Okay,
He was right in front of the parking meter,
okay, so he picked up the phone and ran, right?
right in front of the parking meter,
Right,
where he was standing.
okay. Just to be clear, the phone was dropped near a parking meter. Mr. Holmes picked up the phone and ran,
Just to
correct?
be clear, Rico home was right by the parking meter.
Okay,
When the phone fell, Rico picked it up. Just to
and
be
ran,
clear. Just to be clear,
okay, and ran.
right.
And he didn't stop, you didn't see him stop anywhere else. He just picked up the phone and ran,
Ran
correct?
across the street, yep,
And did he keep going?
yep,
Did you
Yes,
see,
sir.
did you see where he went after he crossed the street?
yes, I did.
Where did he go?
Went to like, there's an apartment complex across the street in Washington, he ran out that way.
All
That's
right,
when the police is en route,
was that the only thing you dropped was your phone?
right.
Did Mr. Rico drop it? And did Mr. Holmes drop anything?
I didn't see nothing, no,
All right. And what color was your phone?
it was black.
Was it black? And what kind of phone was it?
A Samsung.
A Samsung. And was what was the phone number of that phone?
517-819-0184.
819, you said it so fast.
517-819-0184.
0184. Do you have more than one phone, sir?
Yes, I do.
Did you have more than one phone that day?
Yes, I did.
Was the other phone on you?
No,
Did you ever get that Samsung phone replaced?
I just had a call forwarded.
I'm
I
sorry.
had a call forwarded to my other phone.
Oh, so you had,
I called the phone company and they forwarded the phone number to my other phone.
okay, and what was that other phone number?
517-819-6633.
And who is your carrier?
At the time it was Sprint, now it's T-Mobile.
When Mr. Holmes indicated that he should kick your butt or whatever as your effing ass or whatever, did he throw it? Did he swing at you at that time?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Sir, that's not how this works.
I get one more chance.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Wade, what was the altercation about?
Oh no, walking up the sidewalk, and he saw me, he says, "You took fucking ass, you called the police on me." I said, "Call the police on me for what?" He didn't say, so that's when, the second that's a kick ass, I took that one kick ass, so that's when the fight broke out, so I don't know what you talking about,
Were you trying to fight him or were you defending yourself?
I was defending myself.
Okay. To be clear, when we talk about dropping your phone and all that was going on here, okay, did you just take your phone out of the pocket, throw it on the ground?
No, I had the phone in my hand,
So how did it get on the ground?
may I demonstrate?
Your Honor, permission for the witness to step down and demonstrate.
Yes.
In my hand, right there. There's a fire hydrant, I mean, a parking meter right here. The vehicle coming, still swinging. And so then I was about to grab him, so then drop the phone. He's right here. Scooped up the phone, took off running.
Thank you. You can be seated.
And I also say something?
Let me ask you this. Would it be fair to say that the phone was knocked out of your hand as a result of this or ended up on the ground as a result of this fight?
I'll say a result of the fight.
So a result of the assault,
Yes.
okay? Where did he end up going after he took your phone?
There's a parking lot across the street, on Washington, across the street. North of, apartment complex. He ran across the street over there. Zach called the police. I'm on the phone, police is en route. And so he was like running across the street.
Did you ever get your phone back?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
May I say something?
It's okay. We're good. We got everything we need.
I mean, I need to say something.
We got everything we need. You're okay. No further
Maybe-
questions for this one.
Maybe excuse sir.
People call Detective Stephanie Kennedy to this. Go grab Detective Kennedy. Got it.
Yeah, I think so. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be sequestered that was just testified as I may need to call him on my case in chief. I don't know what the officer will testify to.
Sequestration is granted.
You're good. You're good to go if you want. You don't have to stick around.
No.
No, you're all good.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good one.
Spanish?
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I did.
State your first and last name is Coco.
Stephanie Kennedy, STEPHANIE KENNEDEY.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Kennedy, good morning.
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
Department of-
What do you do as a detective?
Currently, I'm working on,
Are you often assigned to do follow-up on cases? What does follow-up mean?
depends on what was requested.
So it can be a lot of things.
Yes,
Were you employed with the Lansing Police Department as a detective on the, at or near the date of May 8th, 2023?
yeah,
At some point, were you assigned to do some follow-up on a case involving a person named Rico Holmes?
Yes.
What were you assigned to do?
I was assigned the case and seeing if there was a video that was not received. I contacted the lottery commission, but I also contacted the victim on case to get more details.
Let's stick to the video then. Who did you contact to get that video?
The report itself described a Ben Vogel. Then that got switched to a Mary Stout, and then I ended up talking to Mary Stout.
Did Mary Stout provide you with this video?
Yes,
Did you submit this video as a part of your case report on this file?
it was auto submitted to that evidence file.
Would you recognize that video if we played it again here today?
Yes,
I think we have a stipulation to the video to be People's Exhibit number 1.
That's correct.
Yes.
Those ones admitted.
I have co-host permission, Your Honor.
Yeah, I've read it to you already.
Detective Kennedy, before I play this video, just for the record and for everyone's reference, I'm going to start at the 7-minute 56-second mark. Have you watched this video in its entirety?
I have.
Do you know if there is an assault captured any point prior to 7 minutes and 56? Would it be fair to say it's just people walking around on the street prior to this?
Fair.
For the record, Your Honor, starting the video at 7-minute and 56-second mark. Stopping at the 8-minute 30-second mark, we just saw 2 people walk by on that video. Do you know who those 2 people were?
Personally,
Based on your investigation on this case, were you able to determine who? Let's start with the person who walked by in all black first. Do you know who that is?
when it first came about, no, until the interaction happened later. Then it appears to be the same person in that interaction, and this one right here appears to be the second person. So I believe to be Rico Holmes.
So who was who? The first
The
person was
one,
who?
I believe to be Rico Holmes.
Second
one,
person.
The one currently on the screen, I believe to be Becky White.
Continuing the video from the 8-minute 30-second mark.
Did it freeze?
I think it's a motion sensor.
Oh, okay.
Might just be timed the way it stops and freezes and then keeps going from the same point. Just gonna stop right here at the 10-minute 20-second mark. We see a black object on the ground there. Based on your investigation, were you able to determine what that was?
I was advised it was a cell phone by Mr. Wade.
Do you know whose cell phone it was?
Yes.
Do you know what happened to that cell phone?
Yes.
Bye.
Or, well,
Continuing from the 10-minute 20-second. stopping at the 10-minute 58-second mark. We just saw an object picked up. Do you know what that object was?
I believe it was a cell phone.
Do you know if there's anything else relevant up to this point on the video after the 11-minute mark?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
Officer Kennedy, just, sorry, my name is David Carter. I represent Mr. Holmes in this matter. I'm going to ask you a few questions. If there's something you don't understand, please let me know, and I apologize, Mr. Detective. Detective Kennedy, I just have a few questions. You had the opportunity to review the video, correct?
Correct.
And we saw an individual pick up something in the middle of the street
Correct.
and headed towards the north of the video, whatever that was, the top of the video, correct? And you saw the two individuals still fighting all the way through there. Isn't that correct? Correct. All right. And watching the video, could you tell who dropped what in that video?
Sure, no, the angle, it looks like the person on the right was Mr. Wade.
Sure, it looked that way, correct? And you indicated that it was, that one of the items was a cell phone based on what Mr. Wade told you, correct?
Correct.
You didn't do any analysis with the film to zoom it in or determine what it was, correct?
Correct.
Just based on what he had told you, correct?
Correct.
Did he also tell you that Mr. Holmes had taken off across the street to an apartment complex?
I don't believe that was.
Okay, did anyone tell you that? Did anybody ask you to look for other video footage besides right outside the lottery commission? And you didn't then, right?
Correct.
All right, I have nothing.
Can you do that?
There you go.
Thank you. You may be excused. Thank you. Any other witnesses?
Your Honor, not on this case. I did just want to, for the record, Officer Craig Flesser was sent a subpoena for this, but he's out on military duty. I don't have any pertinent questions for him, so I don't think he's a necessary witness.
Okay, are you ready to make argument on this one?
Yes, Your Honor, I can make argument on this one first. May I proceed?
Yes.
As Your Honor is well aware, we're here for a preliminary exam of probable cause standard to determine that a felony was committed and that this defendant, Rico Holmes, is the one who committed it. Specifically, the felony that is charged here is larceny from the person. I'm looking at Michigan Criminal Jury Instruction 23.3, Your Honor. The elements I have to meet are: first, that the defendant took someone else's property. Second, defendant took the property without consent. Third, the defendant moved the property. Fourth, that he took the property from Benjamin Wade's person or his immediate presence. And fifth, that at the time it was taken, the defendant intended to permanently deprive the owner of the property. Regarding all of those elements, frankly, I think Mr. Wade's testimony alone meets all of those elements, especially by a probable cause standard. We have testimony here today that Benjamin Wade was leaving this lottery building when the defendant, dressed in all black, wearing a mask, but with enough of his face exposed to see his face, as we clearly saw in the video that was played later, that he approached the defendant and started telling him he should beat his fucking ass for calling the cops on him on an incident prior. Then, while they did admittedly get into what seems to be somewhat of a mutual altercation that the defendant started, Mr. Wade testified he was simply trying to defend himself. While doing so, he had his phone in his hand. As a result of this assault, he dropped his phone, as we can see on the video, and then the defendant took it and ran. To this date, Benjamin Wade has never gotten his phone back. To this date, we have never seen this phone again. And we have no evidence on the record to establish that the phone belongs to anyone but Benjamin Wade. Detective Kennedy did follow up on this, obtained a video that corroborates, I think, exactly what Mr. Wade testified to today. Regarding the intent to permanently deprive, Your Honor, I think the simple fact that the defendant ran, fled, and never gave the phone back speaks for itself with that. The property belongs to Benjamin Wade and it was taken from its immediate presence. With that, Your Honor, I'll rest.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, this preliminary exam is a probable cause hearing. Defense is quite aware of what the standards are. We would ask the court to use its discretion. Thank you.
As to this matter of larceny from a person, jury instructions again, 23.3, the burden is on the prosecution to establish sufficient probable cause that a crime was committed and probable cause sufficient to charge you with the crime. This is not a trial. They don't need to establish each element beyond a reasonable doubt, just more than mere suspicion. We had testimony from a Benjamin Wade that testified that on the date of May 8, 2023, he was in the area of 101 East Hillsdale, which he described to be an old credit union, now apartment buildings, and he was leaving the Michigan lottery office when he was approached by someone he identified in the court today as Rico Holmes. He indicated that he has a long-standing relationship with Mr. Holmes and that Mr. Holmes worked for him or used to work for him. That Mr. Holmes approached him, stated that he wanted to be his ASS, that he wanted for calling the police, that he wasn't clear why he would call the police on Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes and Mr. Wade, I guess, enter into an altercation based on the testimony of the witness, and at which time Mr. Wade's phone ends up on the ground, and he indicates that Mr. Holmes takes the phone and runs off, and he never received his phone back. And then he testified to sustaining some injuries to his eyes as a result of the altercation. He described the phone to be a black Samsung device from T-Mobile. We had testimony from Officer Detective Kennedy, who received a video, which was stipulated as the People's Exhibit 2. The court reviewed the video in court. Video shows someone who looks strikingly similar to the individual in the courtroom today, walked past the video camera. I didn't see a black mask over his face, but it wasn't zoomed in. However, that person, you could also see the person who looks strikingly similar to Mr. Wade exit the building where this camera is located, and the individual identified as Mr. Holmes come to approach him. It appears to be some words exchanged, and somewhat of a scuffle ensues. You can see a phone and another object on the ground when the individual who identified as Mr. Holmes is seen grabbing device or telephone off the ground and taking off. Larceny from a person requires at the time of trial for the people to prove first that the defendant took someone else's property. Second, that the defendant took the property without consent. Third, the defendant moved the property, but it does not matter whether the defendant actually kept the property. Fourth, that the defendant took the property from, in this case, Mr. Wade's person, or from his immediate presence. Immediate presence means that the property was physically connected to Mr. Wade or was right next to him. Fifth, that at the time that it was taken, the defendant intended to permanently deprive the owner of the property. Based on the testimony evidence and the court finding the evidence to be credible, I'm satisfied that there's sufficient probable cause as to the charge of larceny from a person. That will be bound over to the circuit court for a bind over date of November 13th. You can proceed with your next case.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. People call Officer Ty to the stand. Before we start the first witness, we do have a stipulation to people's exhibits number 1 through 3. They're all different photos of the firearm that was recovered in this case and where it was recovered from. So, move to it.
You said 1 through 3.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
He's moving way too fast.
Yes.
Okay, let's see. You said there's stipulations to people's 1, 2, 3.
yes, Your Honor.
And you're in agreement with that, Mr. Carter?
I am here.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Thank you. You can have a seat. You state your first and last name and spell both.
Tyrese McClinton, TYRICE, MCCLIN.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Officer McClinton.
Good morning.
Are you currently employed?
City of Lansing.
How long have you been employed with the city of Lansing?
Uh,
What's your current rank and assignment?
Police officer,
What?
patrol
What do you do as a patrol officer?
the city. of Lansing.
Fair enough. Do you often respond to calls for service?
Yes,
What does that mean to respond to a call for service? Is that when someone calls 911?
yes,
On the date of August 23rd, 2024, were you employed in that same capacity with the city of Lansing?
yes,
Did you respond to a call at the location of 5915 South Waverly Road?
yes, that was the original. Yes,
Did you end up at the location of 1826 South Cedar Street?
yes,
Are both of those locations in the city of Lansing,
yes,
Ingham County,
yes,
state of Michigan?
yes.
What did you respond to?
A weapons complaint.
Who, if anyone, did you make contact with at 1826 South Cedar Street? I see you pointing to someone in the court.
Yes,
Do you recognize someone in the courtroom?
the defendant,
Who is the defendant?
Mr. Holmes.
How do you know Rico Holmes?
I arrested him.
Would it be fair to say this person you're pointing to in the courtroom is the same person you arrested and made contact with?
Yes,
Your Honor, please let the record reflect Officer McClinton has identified the defendant.
Any objection?
None.
So noted.
So you said you responded to a weapons complaint. Did you speak with the defendant?
yes,
Was he detained when you spoke to him?
yes,
Was he under arrest?
no,
Did the defendant tell you anything about whether or not he was a valid CPL holder?
yes,
What did he say?
I'd object at this moment. Apparently, he was detained and he's asking whether, I guess, foundation. 'Cause I need to know if he was read his rights because he was detained.
he was ready.
Let me address
Let me-
the objection.
Yeah.
Objection is sustained.
I can lay the foundation. Thank you. So that's on me. Let me back up a little bit. You said you detained him. Did you read him his rights?
Yeah.
Did he, and would those be the Miranda rights,
Yes,
the ones that you read off the standard card?
yes,
Did he acknowledge that he understood those rights
yes,
and that he still wanted to speak to police?
yes.
What did he tell you about whether or not he was a CPL?
When asked, he said,
Did he admit in any way to being involved with an assault involving a person named Rashida Morgan?
No.
Did he say what his whereabouts were that day prior to you interacting with him?
yes.
What was that?
He stated he came from Pembroke Apartments.
Did you speak with Rashida Morgan or someone else?
Someone else.
Did you assist in the recovery of a firearm in this case or someone else?
He was detained in my back seat when the firearm was recovered.
Did you recover it or someone else?
Someone else did.
Do you know who spoke with Rashida Morgan?
One of the other officers.
Would Officer Matthew Stevens sound correct?
That sounds correct.
What about who recovered the firearm? Do you know who that was?
Officer Michael Isaac or even some of them.
Fair to say you didn't really do anything other than make contact with the defendant, put him in your backseat.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Processing.
Officer McClinton,
Correct.
my name is David Carter. I represent Mr. Holmes in this matter. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. If there's a question you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase that. Fair enough?
Yes.
You said you were responding to a weapons complaint, correct?
Correct.
What information did you have about a weapons complaint where it resulted in you having contact with Mr. Holmes?
Someone called 911, said that someone pointed a gun at him.
Okay. Did they describe who it was, what kind of car, or do you just randomly pull
They
people?
described what it was, and what kind of car.
Okay, and what kind of car did they describe?
I'll have to look at my report and tell you the exact make, model, or color.
Okay, so are you saying that if you reviewed your report, that would refresh your memory?
Yes.
And approach the witness.
Yes.
If you could review your report and once your memory's been refreshed or hasn't, just look up and that way we know that you've done reading. After reviewing that report, that has your memory been refreshed? No, sir, don't continue to look at your report. Has your
Yes.
memory been refreshed? And what information did you have regarding the identity of the vehicle that this gun was in?
I did not put the identity of the vehicle in my report.
So you don't know what ID was given to you or description?
There was a description. I did not put that description in my report.
All right. So you ended up pulling Mr. Holmes over, is that correct?
I did not.
Who pulled Mr. Holmes over?
Another officer pulled him over.
So you weren't involved in the actual stop of the vehicle?
No.
But you also testified that he was detained in your vehicle before they searched the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Was there a warrant? Did you get a warrant to search that vehicle?
Need a warrant for that, sir?
Okay. He wasn't readily accessible to that vehicle, correct?
He
Is that
was.
correct? Oh, he was detained in your squad car, but he could get to the vehicle?
No.
Your squad car isn't in arm's reach of that vehicle, correct?
No.
And it's your testimony that you don't know, you weren't there at the stop, correct?
Correct.
You don't even know if this was the vehicle that matched the description that was given, correct?
That's not what, no, at the time that the traffic stop was made, yes, I did know that. I did not indicate that on my report. I was not the person that pulled the car over.
Okay. Were you involved in having Mr. Holmes exit the vehicle?
When I got on the scene, officers were behind Mr. Holmes as he was exiting the vehicle and he was detained at that time.
Okay, and he was put into your vehicle, correct?
There's a thing called contact cover. There was a cover officer and I was the contact officer. So when I arrived on the scene, he was getting out of the vehicle and I was the contact officer. That's why he was placed in my vehicle.
I can appreciate that. So
Okay.
he was detained in your vehicle,
Yes.
correct? And that was prior to the search of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Nothing further. for this.
Redirect.
Pretty big, I guess. Officer McClinton, just procedurally speaking here, would it be fair to say other officers write reports for what they do?
Yes,
And if you didn't do something, would it be in your report?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Officer McClinton. You may be excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the people call Officer Michael Isaac to the stand. Kyle Michael Isaac. Right there.
After you said it, makes sense.
I had to cheat a little.
Mhm.
Your Honor, it's my understanding Officer Matthew Stevens is on his way, just not here yet either, but depending on how this testimony goes, I might need to call him too. He was put under subpoena for that.
I'm sorry, who are you calling right now?
Michael Isaac.
You shake, right?
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Did you need a tissue or something, sir?
No, thank you. I'm sorry.
It's been a busy 6 months for you, huh? You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Michael Isaac, thank you for being here again. Were you, I'm not gonna go through the whole rigmarole with you again. Are you employed with the City of Lansing Police Department?
I am.
Were you employed in that same rank and assignment on, or as a patrol officer, excuse me?
Yes,
Were you employed in that same rank and assignment on August 23rd, 2024?
I was.
On that date and time, did you stop a vehicle?
Yes,
Why?
it was said to have been involved with felonious assault.
When you say a felonious assault, what do you mean?
Male driving that vehicle brandished or pointed a handgun at a female.
Do you know who that female was, what her name was?
I do not.
Do you know who the male is?
Yes,
Who's that?
the name given was Rico Holmes.
You Rick Holmes in the courtroom here with us today?
Not recall. So, sorry.
Okay, fair enough, that's fine. What description of a vehicle were you given?
A dark or green, gray Lincoln.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Please.
A dark, green or dark colored Lincoln sedan.
Let's talk about what happened on South Cedar Street in Mount Hope. Did you stop a vehicle at this location?
I did.
And what kind of vehicle did you stop?
It was a dark green Lincoln sedan.
Why did you stop this vehicle?
It had a license plate that was matching the partial description given from the dispatcher, and it was the description of that vehicle that was set to come out.
So fair to say before stopping this vehicle, you both had a description of the vehicle itself and a partial license plate.
Yes,
Do you recall what the partial license plate description was given was?
4342.
And
I might be incorrect.
are you saying that it would refresh your memory if you reviewed a copy of your report?
Yes,
Commissioner reports the witness with a copy of their report, Your Honor.
Motion granted.
Look at that report for me. Don't say anything out loud. Just read it silently. And when your memory's been refreshed, you can look back.
Thank you.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
So what was the partial plate description provided to you?
4342.
What plate was on this vehicle you stopped?
ELK 434.
Fair to say that's consistent with the description with the exception of the 3 letters at the front?
Yes.
So when you stopped this vehicle, what did you do?
Turned my lights on, along with there were a small other police officers with me, and we performed a felony stop.
Why so many police officers? Why a felony stop?
The dispatcher advised that vehicle had a male that had pointed at something. So to be safe.
The dispatch said what?
I'm sorry, the dispatcher advised that that vehicle was involved in the felonious assault where the male inside pointed a gun.
Fair to say then prior to approaching this vehicle, you had information that there is a firearm possibly inside the vehicle.
Yes,
Did you search the vehicle based on that information?
yes,
Why, what was the legal basis for searching?
There was probably calls to search that.
Because of the call?
Yes,
When you searched that vehicle, did you recover a firearm?
I did,
Where'd you find it?
under the driver's seat.
What kind of firearm was it?
It was a handgun.
I've got some photos here that have been admitted as people stipulated in exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Did you photograph this firearm?
I did.
Did you photograph it from the time it was recovered until it was laid out at LPD? I'll just approach you with the photos. How about that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Approaching at people's exhibits number 1, 2, and 3. Flip through those for me and just tell me if you recognize them. What is it contained in those photos then?
So photographs of the driver's seat where I found the gun underneath, the gun under the driver's seat, and then photo of the gun laid out on the table.
Was there anyone else in the vehicle when you stopped it?
No,
Anyone else that had access that you could see to where that firearm was recovered from underneath the driver's seat?
No.
How long after, if you recall, the dispatch call came in, did you actually stop the car and recover this firearm, approximately? More than 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes?
less than 30,
Less than 10, more than 10?
maybe less than 10.
Fair to say it was pretty quick?
It was quick.
Thank you. I have no more questions for this witness. Permission to publish exhibits 1, 2, and 3 to the court?
Yes. See.
Oh. Sorry, I didn't catch your last name, Officer
Michael Isaac.
Isaac, okay.
Michael Isaac is the whole last name.
Oh, Michael Isaac, okay. Officer Michael Isaac, my name's David Carter, I represent Mr. Holmes in this matter. I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. If there's a question you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase that. Fair enough?
Absolutely.
I just have a few questions. When you conducted the search of the vehicle, was it you only did the search or was there more officers that did?
There were more officers.
Were you the one who found the handgun?
Yes.
And how did you, if you said it was under the seat, is that correct? Was it without, kind of putting your head near the floorboard? Was it visible?
No.
Okay, so it was hidden under the seat, correct?
Correct.
And so somebody getting into the vehicle wouldn't necessarily see that handgun in there, correct?
If someone were just to get into the vehicle, you mean?
Yeah, like, if you decided, you grab the keys, get in the car, you wouldn't have viewed it or saw it or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
All right. And did you have gloves on when you searched the vehicle? When you actually found the gun, did you reach underneath it and find it, or did you poke your head in there with a flashlight? How did you
I
locate the
looked
gun?
first.
You looked first and you saw it, correct? When you removed it, did you put gloves on?
Well, I want to believe I would have, but I don't remember.
Fair enough. And what's the proper procedure when you find a weapon?
Like,
When you take it into custody, what do you do?
unload it. If
Okay.
It's loaded, or make sure it's not loaded.
And you did that? And did you put it in an evidence bag?
I put it in some form of a brown bag. I can't. It was a brown bag or a clear bag. It was some bag that I had in the back of my car.
Fair enough. And I'm just looking for chain of custody, really. So, and where did it go from there?
Backseat of my car to the headquarters building.
And then from there, where? You
Evidence
tagged it into an evidence locker, correct?
Yes.
It was you, were you the one who tagged it in?
I was.
Did you run a search to see who the owner of that gun was?
I did.
And did anything come up?
Yeah, yes.
And who was the owner of that gun?
I do not recall. I know I put it in the report.
All right. Would reviewing your report refresh your memory?
Absolutely.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
take a look at that, and when you're done reviewing that, look up so that we know your memory's been refreshed or not. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
And who was the owner of that gun?
Patrick Parker.
Patrick Parker? I want to go back to the time that you conducted the stop. Was Mr. Holmes in the vehicle at the time?
Yes. I believe.
Well, you look inquisitive, like
You
maybe
mean like,
not.
was he in the vehicle when I stopped the vehicle?
Yes,
If that was the person that was apprehended, I don't remember what Mr. Holmes looked like from that day. It was a few months ago, but whoever the person was that was in custody was found.
okay, he wasn't in a party store?
Inside the vehicle.
Okay, and was the vehicle in a parking lot?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Holmes exit the vehicle and enter the store, or exit the store and enter the vehicle? Neither. So you just saw him sitting in the car, correct?
I only could see like barely into the car. It was very
All
tinted.
right.
So you can only see what?
I could only see, I could not see like into the car. It was very tinted, but I didn't see anybody get out or come in
Okay.
before I stopped.
Basically, the question is, when you came across this car, you didn't see anybody exit or enter the car.
No.
Whoever was in it when you got there, correct? All right. Just have one question for my client. I have nothing further.
Yes, Your Honor. To be clear, are you the person that arrested the suspect in this case?
I'm not.
Are you the person that had contact with the suspect?
Just briefly while everybody was coming.
Why did you stop the vehicle that was sitting in a parking lot?
Because it matched the description given from the dispatcher.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Would call Officer Matthew Stevens to the stand at this
Thank you,
time.
Officer McBride.
Yes.
You might send it to Stevens. Then you're good to go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I swear.
Okay, take a seat. I'll state your first and last name, spell both.
First name's Matthew, that's spelled Matthew. That's is Stevens, Stevens.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Matthew, or Officer Stevens.
morning.
Thank you for being here. Are you employed with the city of Lansing
Yes, sir.
Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been there?
For almost 4 years.
What's your rank and assignment?
Patrol officer was just
On the date of August 23rd, 2024, were you employed in that same capacity?
Yes, sir.
were you dispatched to a call that originally involved a complaint at the location of 5915 South Waverly Road?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond to South Cedar Street and East Mount Hope instead of that location?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
It was a kind of a moving incident. It originated at the address on South Waverly Road, but both involved parties had moved, well, one was following the other, and that's how they ultimately ended up at the liquor store at South Cedar Street and East Mount Hope.
Now, what's located at that 5915 South Waverly Road? If you know?
That's an apartment building,
Do you know the name of that apartment building?
Pinebrook Manor.
Did you make contact with an individual on this case, the complaining victim?
Yes, sir.
What's that person's name?
Rashida Morgan.
Now, before I ask you anything about what Rashida did or did not tell you, I just want to lay a little foundation here. Do you recall what time the call came in?
I do not recall now.
Fair to say that you responded rather quickly?
Yes, sir.
How fast do you know? Couple of minutes, maybe? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, you can approximate.
I mean, yeah, as the calls came in, probably about 5 minutes.
So fair to say you made contact with this person close in time to the incident that happened.
Yes, sir.
What information did you have before making contact with her about what incident had happened?
That there was a firearm that was pointed at her and the accused left the area.
When you made contact with this individual, did she seem to be in an excited state or upset or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so upon making contact with this individual, what was her name again?
Rashida Morgan.
When you spoke to Rashida Morgan, what did she tell you had happened?
She had gone to Pinebrook Manor to drop a few people off. Upon leaving through the West Miller entrance, she believed what she observed was Mr. Rico Holmes' vehicle, a dark green and gray Lincoln sedan, enter into the Pinebrook Manor area. As she was exiting, the vehicle stopped, the male got out and confronted her. And at that point in time, she realized that it was Rico Holmes. Rico was upset over Rashida previously reporting to the police about something that happened in East Lansing. At that time, the argument escalated until ultimately Rico returned to his vehicle. Rashida didn't want to stick around that time, so she had put her vehicle in reverse and tried to get out of there. But shortly after, Rico had approached her vehicle with a handgun in his hand and made threats to kill her.
When you say he made threats to kill her, do you recall specifically what he said?
Bitch, I'll kill you.
Do you recall when, so timing wise, in relation to that statement, when did he pull out that gun? Was it at the same time, simultaneous, later?
Yeah, at the same time almost.
Did Miss Morgan tell you anything about how having this gun pulled on her and this threat made, how that made her feel?
Yes.
What did she say?
She feared for her life.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
It's Officer Stevens, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Stevens, my name is David Carter. I represent Mr. Holmes in this matter. I'm going to ask you a series of questions. If there's a question you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase that. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Now, you went to the apartment complex first, is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, where'd you end up meeting this Rashida Morgan at?
Rashida Morgan. It was over in the neighborhood to the northeast of Cedar and Pennsylvania.
And
Cedar and Mount Hope, sorry.
And she told you a story of Mr. Holmes approaching her at an apartment complex where she had dropped off some people, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as a patrol officer, your job is to collect evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you get those people's names that she dropped off?
Yes, it was her sister as well as her children. I don't recall the sister's name off the top of my head, but it is in my report, sir.
Okay, and so you got her name. Did you go and interview them?
I spoke to her over the phone.
Okay, you didn't talk to them in person?
No, sir.
You don't know if the person that you were actually talking to was this individual that saw this incident happen, correct?
I can't figure
All
it
right.
out.
And you indicated that Rashida said that she feared for her life, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that she told you that, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't put that in your report, did you?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay,
Your Honor,
you'll have a chance to.
Was there an objection?
Your Honor, I would just object at this point to mischaracterizing evidence that is included in this report. But I
Well,
can address that on redirect if we need.
Well, he said he didn't recall,
yeah,
so he
and,
didn't really say no.
Yes, Your Honor.
all right. Did she describe what type of gun this was?
Just a black handgun.
Did she indicate to you whether or not she was following Mr. Holmes?
She did follow him after he left.
Okay. Do you know what vehicle she was in?
I do not recall.
Do you recall that interview with her, though? You were
Yes,
there
yes, sir. I was
on
there.
scene.
Yeah.
Do you know if it was a silver vehicle?
Honestly, if I remove my body camera footage, I can't tell you
All
that.
right, fair enough. I have nothing.
Direct.
Yes, Your Honor. On cross-examination, you stated you didn't recall if you included the statements about her fearing for her life in your report. But refresh your memory if I approach you with a copy of that report.
Yes, sir.
Approaching the witness, Your Honor. Your report, look up at me when your memory's been refreshed. Your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did Rashida Morgan tell you about what sort of fear she was under when this incident happened?
That she was in fear for her life and didn't know what Rico Holmes would do.
To be clear, was that included in your report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Officer Stevens, may be excused.
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor, at the time the people rest.
Any defense witnesses today?
None, Your Honor.
Jones.
You can proceed to argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we're here for a preliminary exam. We have 5 felony counts that I needed to put proofs on for here by a probable cause standard. The probable cause standard being that a felony was committed and that this defendant, Rico Holmes, is the one who committed it. We have identity noted on the record through Officer McClinton, as well as the statements of Rashida Morgan. Although I know Rashida Morgan wasn't here and didn't identify him in court, we do have identification on the record in court today through Officer McClinton, who made contact with the defendant and placed him in his back seat. The same person that Officer Michael Isaac could not exactly remember the name or what he looked like of, but it is the exact same driver that was pulled out of the vehicle. That's what the testimony proved. Regarding the location, Your Honor, it is charged as 5915 South Waverly Road, as was testified to by Officer Stevens here. This was kind of a moving incident. That is where the felonious assault occurred. That is where it started. Most importantly, that's also the address of the Pinebrook Manor Apartments, the same place that Officer McClinton was told by the defendant he had just visited. So we have the defendant's own admission on the record that he visited the Pinebrook Apartments. That is the location that we were at. And of course, he denied having any interaction with Rashida Morgan, but the testimony clearly proved otherwise. Regarding the carrying concealed weapon charge, Your Honor, I'm looking at carrying a pistol in a vehicle, Michigan Criminal Jury Instruction 11.1. You have to prove that the pistol was in a vehicle the defendant was in, that the defendant knew it was there, that the defendant took part in keeping or carrying the pistol. Your Honor has the photographs there in front of her herself for her review. Rico Holmes was the only individual occupying this vehicle, the only individual sitting in the driver's seat, and that firearm was found right underneath the driver's seat of that vehicle. It circumstantially, at the very least, we've proven by a probable cause standard that he knew that vehicle, that gun was in there, and he kept part in keeping it, especially in light of the testimony from Rashida Morgan and the whole reason for the dispatch being that he had just pulled a gun on her at the Pine Brook Manors, the apartment that he said he had just visited. Regarding the PIP firearm specified felony, Your Honor, I'm looking at Michigan Criminal Jury Instruction 11.38. We do have a stipulation to the certified conviction, so there's that. And I'll let the same argument stand for knowingly possessing the firearm in this state, namely in that vehicle. Regarding assault with a dangerous weapon, I'm looking at Michigan Criminal Jury Instruction 17.9. First, I have to prove that the defendant attempted to commit a battery on Rashida Morgan or did an act that would cause a reasonable person to fear or apprehend an immediate battery. Your Honor, pointing a gun directly at someone in a vehicle and then telling them, bitch, I should kill you, sure does sound like it would put a reasonable person to fear or apprehend an immediate battery. And we have testimony that that is exactly how Rashida Morgan felt, that she was in fear for her life specifically when this happened. Second, the defendant intended to injure Rashida Morgan or make Rashida Morgan reasonably fear an immediate battery. Again, Your Honor, she testified she was in fear of death. Third, at the time, the defendant had the ability to commit the battery. Fourth, the defendant committed it with a dangerous weapon. A gun gives him the ability and it's a dangerous weapon. Regarding the felony firearm counts, I'm looking at Michigan Criminal Jury Instruction 11.34. One count is for prohibited person in possession of a firearm, another for felonious assault. Both require that he knowingly carried or possessed a firearm. I'll let my previous arguments stand. Thank you.
Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Obviously, a preliminary exam is a probable cause standard. The defense understands that, and we would ask the court to use its discretion. However, I would like to address the habitual offender notice in this that has been filed. I believe that it's filed incorrectly. It indicates that it's a mandatory 25-year sentence as a what we call super habitual, and I believe that that was filed in an error and that his previous charges and this charge that should make it a super habitual is not satisfied by the statute.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Well, I just want a little bit more substance. So what about this was incorrect?
Your Honor, I agree that it was charged incorrectly. We're going to fix that information on bind over.
Okay, it's the fact that it was charged a fourth offense?
It was charged as a super hab, not just a fourth offense. So for that,
Okay.
Your Honor, I would need the prior violent felonies, and we don't quite have those, but it is a habitual fourth offender. So
Okay. So the super hab with the mandatory is the concern?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, today was the date and time that was set for preliminary examination, and the burden again is on the prosecution to establish more than mere suspicion that each of the felony charges were committed and that you, Mr. Holmes, committed those. This is not a trial. They don't need to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. I won't rehash the testimony because we just had it rehashed at least once. But we do have count one, weapons carrying concealed, and there was testimony in our hearing today, first from Officer Tyrese McClinton, then from Officer Kyle Michael Isaac, and from an Officer Matthew Stevens, all of them testifying to responding at some point to an incident having occurred at South Waverly. And then, as stated by Officer Stevens, a continuous incident that ended up in the area at some point 1826 South Cedar and then over in I think Mount Hope, I believe is what he suggested. Nonetheless, that all of the addresses being in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, making venue in this court appropriate. Officer McClinton, having identified the person that in the court as the defendant that he took into custody, that being Rico Holmes. He said the defendant was detained in his back seat after another officer stopped the vehicle and recovered a firearm. The officers were dispatched that date and time in response to a weapons complaint. Dispatch provided a plate number. Officer Michael Isaac testified that the plate number, because he was the one who executed the stop, the plate number was consistent with that, and the description of the vehicle was consistent with what dispatch provided. They performed a felony stop, and that dispatch had provided that the male inside was involved in a felonious assault with a firearm. Due to that, probable cause search was done on the vehicle. Firearm was recovered under the driver's seat. He did testify on cross that the firearm was not immediately visible in plain view, but tucked under the seat. Officer Stevens testified that he made contact and spoke with a Rashida Morgan, who testified that she was in the area of Pine Brook Manor to drop some people off, that she believed she observed the person identified again as the defendant in a vehicle enter the same apartment complex. She gave a description of the vehicle, and she later realized it was Mr. Holmes, that he confronted her upset, ironically, again, about an allegation of calling the police or making a report to the police, that he left, went to his vehicle, approached her again with a firearm stating, "Bitch, I will kill you." She stated that she was in fear for her life. She made contact with the police. Count one of carrying a concealed weapon, the elements again at trial would require that the people prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant or that there was a pistol in the vehicle that the defendant was in. Second, that the defendant knew the pistol was there. Third, that the defendant took part in carrying the pistol or keeping the pistol in the vehicle. Based on the testimony evidence, I think there's more than mere suspicion that the vehicle in which the defendant was located and that was searched, and that there was a firearm located under the seat of the driver's seat, which is where the defendant was. In this description, having been consistent with the report from a Rashida Morgan to the officers that she had been assaulted by this individual in the vehicle that had a similar description. There's more than probable cause as to count one that will be bound over to the circuit court. Firearms possession by a prohibited person. The testimony based on absolutely stipulated evidence of a certified conviction, which has not made it in to the prosecution's possession yet, but it was stipulated that there was a prior conviction. The court is satisfied that there is more than probable cause as to count two, weapons, firearm possession by a prohibited person. There was a count three of assault with a dangerous weapon, felonious assault, and the people provided evidence by way of testimony of the officers that there was a allegation that the defendant either attempted to commit a battery upon Rashida Morgan or did an act that would cause a reasonable person to fear or apprehend an immediate battery. A battery is a forceful or violent touching of a person or something closely connected with the person. Second, the defendant either intended to injure Ms. Morgan or to make Ms. Morgan reasonably fear a battery. Third, the defendant had the ability to commit a battery, appeared to have the ability or thought he had the ability And fourth, the defendant committed the assault with a dangerous weapon. Again, the allegation is that Ms. Morgan said that the defendant approached her with a firearm and said, "Bitch, I'll kill you." That's more than probable cause to meet each of these elements. Count 3 will be bound over to the circuit court. Count 4 of weapons felony firearm will be bound over based on the testimony to accompany the firearms possession by a prohibited person. And there is a felony firearm that will be bound over in connection to the felonious assault. And the people will amend or correct the charging of the habitual fourth offense notice language. The bind over date is November 13th. That's the date the circuit court's gonna get the file from the district court. You do not need to appear in court on the 13th of November. Do you understand that?
No.
Your next court date will be a pretrial unless for some reason Mr. Carter wants you rearranged in the circuit court. Then he'll make a motion for that, and then you would need to appear on the 13th. Otherwise, you don't need to appear. You'll wait for your next court date. You'll stay in contact with your attorney, okay, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Bond in this matter was set at 25,000 cash surety. That will continue, as well as the no contact order and GPS tether with exclusion zones. And the bond in the other matter, I think, was 500 personal recognizance. That will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
None from the people.
And for the defense, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set.
And I believe Mr. Piper is ready on earnest push. That was the first one set today.
I believe I've been sitting for over 2 hours straight.
I just wanted to let you know.
Police sheet and the advice of rights, and you get all the case numbers on the second page of advice rights, because they are all on the first.
Okay, on the record in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Christina Marie Sands, 19-4090, 19-04351, 19-04823, 19-048242526, and 24-02628. Council appearances, please.
Morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder appearing on behalf of Ms. Sands on all of the files that have just been listed. Who is standing to my right?
Okay, Ms. Sands, today was the date that was scheduled for preliminary examination and on the felony file and pre-trials on the other matters. I have here an offer that the people have extended to you for you to plead to count one of assault and battery under MCL 750.811. That's a misdemeanor, 93 days in jail and or $500 in fines is the maximum penalty, and count one of retail fraud, third degree, MCL 750.356 D4. Also a misdemeanor, 93 days and or $500 or 3 times the value, and that you will agree to stay away from the Meyer located at 6200 South Pennsylvania Avenue, and that you'll pay restitution in the amount of $519.87. Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes. Your Honor, I do have the case numbers involved in this, and the ones that will be guilty.
I was gonna say retail fraud, third degree, in which file?
I can assist with that, Your Honor. And it would be for the retail fraud third degree, it would be in file number 19-04826 SM. And then the retail fraud, not retail fraud, the assault and battery, it would be for one count. Which the charge right now is 2 counts. It would be one of the counts against Noah Cronkite. And we'll get into that on the factual basis. Thank you. And I think we had a killer, right?
Correct. There should be a killer agreement to no from jail on there too. It might not have been written on the form because we last minute negotiated that.
Oh, yeah, because one's 928, one's 628. This is the felony file. She's pleading to the assault and battery in 24-024. I mean, 2628.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
The misdemeanor.
Count one.
Yes.
Yes. Upon successful plea, Your Honor, will be dismissed from the balance.
You're gonna be dismissing the felony as part of this,
Correct, Your Honor.
and then the retail fraud to. And then she's pleading as charged in file number 19-04826, correct?
That is correct.
And the balance of these files will be dismissed.
And if it's appropriate for Your Honor, I think all the restitution could probably attach to that file since it's the same victim.
It's all self-done minor.
Pass that to her, please. Okay, that's how you want to proceed, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, this is an advice of rights and plea information sheet. It's 2 pages. The second page has a signature and a printed name. Did you sign this?
Yes.
Did you read this before you signed it?
Yes.
You understand all the rights here?
Yes.
And you're willing to give up these rights in order to accept this plea offer?
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to proceed to a jury trial in each of these matters?
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to the presumption of innocence, so that means you're innocent until proven guilty, and you can require the prosecution prove your guilt by proving each element of the charge or charges being brought against you beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to remain silent at any trial and not have silence be used against you. You have the right to see, hear, and question in court any of the witnesses the prosecutor calls to testify against you at your trial. You can waive your right to silence and testify at your own trial if you like, or subpoena witnesses that will testify for you and present evidence that you believe show a defense to these charges. You understand that?
Yes.
These are all rights that you would need to give up if you want to accept this offer. Anybody threatening you to do that and give up these rights? Promises being made to you in exchange for you giving up your rights and pleading guilty.
No.
Are you currently on probation or on parole?
No.
You understand that by pleading guilty, it could result in a conviction that you may need to report to a current employer, or you may need to report these convictions on a future job application.
Yes.
Convictions of these kind could also have impact on where you can travel or get immigration status. So you might want to go on vacation one day. And if you plead guilty, these convictions could stop you from being able to go to that country. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you also understand and agree to pay restitution in the amount of $519.87 to Meyer.
Yes.
Okay, and then there is a kilobrew, you said?
Yes, Your Honor, no upfront jail upon successful plea.
Doesn't say that on the plea sheet.
Yes, Your Honor.
The kilobrew agreement is between you and the prosecutor. I'm not a party to that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
That means that I'm not agreeing that I won't sentence you to upfront jail, but if I do decide to deviate from that agreement, I'll give you the right to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer, sign that for you. Okay, as to retail fraud, third degree, and file number 19-04826, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Is that because you believe you're guilty?
Yes.
As to count 1 of assault and battery, and file number 24-02628, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Is that because you believe you're guilty?
Yes.
Factual basis, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the retail fraud in 19-04826 SM, were you, Ms. Sams, at back on June 3rd of 2019 at a location of 200 South Pennsylvania Avenue? And is that located in the city of Lansing, state of Michigan, county of Hingham?
Yes.
And at that location, is that commonly referred to as Myers?
Yes.
And it's a department store?
Yes.
And at that time, while you were in that store, did you take some
Yes.
items? Okay, some of those were food items?
Yes.
Okay, and you actually left the store, correct?
Yes.
And you did not pay for any of those items, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have any intention of doing that, correct?
Correct.
And you actually managed to make it to your car and then the police stopped you, is that correct?
Correct.
And this store was open to the public at that time, correct?
Correct.
And those items were being offered for sale to the public, correct?
Correct.
And the items came to, at least on this file, to an amount less than $200, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, the prosecutor, the court, have any further questions?
We're satisfied with the factual basis on that.
The court is satisfied with the factual basis.
Then as to the more recent file, Ms. Sam's 24-02628-SM, an assault and battery. We're back on June 16th of 2024, were you at or near an address, 5913 South Waverly Road?
Yes.
And is that in the city of Lansing County, Bingham State of Michigan?
Yes.
And at that, oh, I may have gotten the address on that one because there's multiple addresses here. West Miller Road, the 3618 West Miller. Is there like a park there? Is that what I'm understanding in that area?
Waverly.
Waverly Road was the right one? Okay, I apologize, Your Honor, there are several addresses here. The Waverly Road address that I just, 5913, is there a park located in that area?
Correct.
Okay, and that's located in the city of Lansing County, Bingham State of Michigan?
Yes.
And at that time, did you respond to that area due to an issue, I think, with one of your children and some other children?
Yes.
Okay, and during the interaction with you and those other juveniles, at some point, did you shove or
Yes.
knock into one of the juveniles? And if I were to say that juvenile's name is Noah Krong, right, would you have any reason to just dispute that? Any reason to think that wasn't him, that you knocked into and shoved into?
No.
Okay, and you did that out of anger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, prosecutor, is there any further questions?
People are satisfied with the factual basis, Your Honor.
The court is satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea in both files of finding the pleas to make voluntarily and intelligently. The matter will be set for sentencing.
Hmm? I can appreciate it.
Yes.
What? Yes, you will have to do that. Second.
January 2nd. At 9 a.m. You need to meet with probation so they can provide the court with a pre-sentence report and a recommendation as to how you are to be sentenced.
Address bond on the court again.
Bond in the retail fraud is $50, cash surety.
There's a condition of bond I wanted to address.
Okay, which one? Which file?
Tether, I believe there's a requirement for tether on one of the files.
Okay, the assault and battery bond is 4,000, 10%. No contact. 2,000 feet GPS tether. Okay, what's the condition issue?
What I have been informed, Miss Sams is in custody awaiting sentencing out of Eaton County right now. JSG apparently is owed some money by her. She had foot surgery done. The tether that she had for them on was removed, but never given back to JSG. So now JSG is demanding payment for the tether. And even if she could apply for the indigent tether, which I believe she qualified for, they're not going to give it to her while she has money outstanding to them for the Eaton County matter. And so I'd ask the court to consider removing the tether requirement. She has no issue with the other bond requirements. It's just that one, she would be held in until January because she would never be able to get the tether.
Who removed the tether?
There was when I went in for surgery, I did outpatient surgery on my right foot.
You had an outpatient surgery?
Like I went in for surgery, I fractured my foot.
Okay.
And then I went in for surgery and they released me that day, but in the process for surgery, I came back out without a tether.
Okay, you were not conscious is what you're saying?
Yeah, like I came back out with a tether. I went in for surgery that day. And when I came back out, I was in a whole cast from the foot all the way up to my knee. Well,
Yeah, I would imagine they can't perform a surgery without a tether. With a tether on.
yeah.
I don't, you're gonna need to contact them to find out where your tether is. I think my concern is that Ms. Sams doesn't show up to court when she's supposed to.
I will say, Your Honor, she was showing, she had a tether on for a while for the Eaton County case and was paying on it. And the reason, at least as to the, there was originally, I think there was some type of a global resolution back in 2019, 2020 that was being discussed. And because there's a matter that was time pending in 55th. They're all retail frauds, I believe, all of them. And something happened where things weren't communicated. I don't know on whose or what's its parts, but it appears that she believed as a result of those plea negotiations that these files were dismissed because she pled guilty down in Mason. And that didn't happen. And it appears that maybe that wasn't communicated. I don't know. I don't know how that happened, but it appears that it's why she didn't show, because she thought they were dismissed, is my understanding.
Yeah, I took the plea deal and she said the rest of the files to be dismissed, just as if like I went to court on the 19th, but she revoked my bond in Eaton County because I decided to go to court for this county instead of that one. Like nobody's communicating. I'm going to these court dates and I'm still being punished trying to do what I can't make what I didn't do yesterday, but I can take accountability for it and move forward and try to do the right thing. But I was showing up to court. They didn't even acknowledge that I was actually in this court on the 19th instead of that court, and they still revoked my bond.
You talking about Eaton County?
Yes. Like they said, they pretty much don't care. They scheduled just last week. I had a court date here for the 24th, and I had a court date there for the 24th, but they made their court date
Don't you have
after.
an attorney in those matters?
Yes, but they all, she was there to meet the attorney.
And I did relay this to the attorneys down there, and it wasn't.
The actual words to me, when I told the attorney, he told me he did not care. Eaton County, that has nothing to do with their county.
That I can't speak to how Eaton County courts handle their bonds.
Yeah.
If you have a conflict, there's no reason why your bond should be revoked because of that, but your attorney should be making that information made available to the courts in enough time, really, so that those conflicts can be resolved.
I had never met that attorney that day.
That's a problem. That's anybody who comes before me will know that is my pet peeve. It gets under my skin. I'm not here to shuffle defendants through Zoom rooms, meet with their clients. I would not let anybody represent me on a criminal matter that didn't take the time to meet with me prior to. It's not your due diligence. It falls grossly below the standard. And so I can understand your concern. If people aren't coming to meet with you, then that's a problem.
And if I don't want to go to jail, I'm just really just saying like, okay, yeah, I agree. I'm not going to argue with an attorney that's given to me at the last minute. He's telling me, well, I'm going to get this. And just so happened, she happened to be coming to see me and I was in court.
But she's not for Eaton County.
No,
She's here
she's
on
not.
this county. So
Yeah.
what you're talking about are not something that has anything to do with Ingham County. You're talking about an issue at Eaton County, and I'm talking about your failure to appear, which is not one time, ma'am.
Mhm.
Yeah, you got some cases here from 2019 with more than one failure to appear. And your response when you're arraigned on the bench warrant was you don't even know why you didn't appear. And so that's my concern. You have all of these cases pending. It is your responsibility to understand and keep up with your court dates so that you can make those appearances as necessary. And if you have questions and concerns about what your plea offers entail, that's what you contact your attorney for. I can't speak to what's happening in Eaton County, but I think Ms. Schroeder will be happy to take your call and explain to you, no, these cases are not being dismissed as part of an Eaton County plea.
Oh, yeah.
This is a
she
different
did.
county.
She know the attorney before her, the one that I had originally. She was like, she was gonna handle the situation. She talked to her, they got on top of it. She did handle the situation when I was telling her, like, when I took the plea deal, it was supposed to be dismissed. And it was just a miscommunication. So she did handle it properly after the issue. But I still was revoked and bond in a whole nother county for this. Like,
It was one of our misdemeanor attorneys in 55th, I believe who she's referring to.
Sounds good, but nonetheless, that is my concern. I'm not too concerned about her being on GPS tethered for a misdemeanor assault and battery. My concern is that she's gonna show up to court.
I would note that she has a child that's in the hospital. I think she got noticed yesterday in the hospital,
that's
pneumonia, and so she's got I think she is making efforts, at least in the last few years, to try to turn things around. And
I can appreciate that. I've said it 3 times about my concern and I've not yet heard, no, I'll be in court.
I will be, I was waiting on it to speak. I didn't want to speak out of turn, but
You
I'm
were
gonna
waiting to speaking for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I thought you was asking me, but I'm sorry. Yes, I will go, I'm going to be there in court. I will be here in court
Okay, well,
on the 2nd.
Yeah, because I know the holidays are gonna come and
No,
people
it's
might,
November.
one thing can lead to another, people get all excited and next thing you know, you forget.
I'm gonna be ready. 'cause
You gonna
I'm-
remember?
I'm gonna be there. It's my
First of the
daughter's-
year,
It's my daughter's birthday and my birthday is in 3 days. How can I?
So you're
forget?
gonna remember?
Yes.
Okay, let's see here. What's your address?
3610 West Miller Road, apartment C, Lansing, Michigan, 48911.
And your phone number.
517-605-6284. You don't have.
I don't.
That's my mom.
You need to report to our probation department no later than. Tuesday at noon,
Tuesday here.
correct? Probation, you need to report to probation.
I'm gonna be in Eaton County.
Oh, that's right, once you're released. If you have not been, so you pay close attention to this then. I forgot that you're being held in Eaton County. Once you are released, if you have not yet met with our probation department, because they have to do an interview with you for your pre-sentence report, then it's your responsibility, once you are released from Eaton County, to report to our probation office within 48 hours of your release. What do you understand about what I just said to you?
Coming to your office when I'm released in December 5th or
Whose office?
48 hours.
Whose office?
The Ingham County, the probation department.
Okay, they're on the 5th floor of this building.
Okay.
It's 54A probation department, 5th floor.
Right, don't go to Ingham County because that you might get confused and end up at 30th Circuit Court. If you're gonna come here, we're in City Hall. You do get to keep your notice to appear.
So
Do you want me to, I can write that down.
It's on the top.
Okay.
This.
Oh, right up there.
If you forget, just remember City Hall.
That's yeah, because I am confused about the jails, but we got it. I understand. I understand.
And that's if you have not met with probation before your release. I don't know when you're gonna get released in Eaton County.
Her sentencing date is December 5th, and that there's no further jail time. I was there for the plea on that matter, so I did hear that from the court.
My hope would be that you would be or have met with probation before then, but I'm gonna also put some of this responsibility on your attorney to remind you, if you haven't met, that you need to go turn yourself in within 48 hours.
Right, downstairs.
Downstairs, so that they can get you scheduled for your pre-sentence interview, okay? Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay, I'll remove the GPS tether requirement. Any additional matters for the record?
Yes.
No, Your Honor, not from the people.
Not
Well,
the-
I would just like to say that the balance will be dismissed upon successful plea and sentence. So we need the sentencing to happen, but other than that, no further records.
Okay, so you'll hold the knowledge until then?
Yes.
Sounds good.
Nothing for their. Oh,
Your question.
there is, Your Honor. If that is the wording of all of this.
It doesn't say it on here.
It was oral, I can write it on there, Your
It's
Honor.
it's a different plea than we just put on the record.
Correct.
I did state on the
I did
record that it was
correct.
upon successful plea, Your Honor. I forgot to include and sentence. So as long as we have assurance that she's gonna show up, I'm not gonna fight it. We can let the police stand as is.
We can hold the knowledge until the time, that's fine.
Well, I
If
guess
she's not sentenced, then
Your Honor, I apologize, Your Honor. My only concern is that she has looks like a 10% bond on the felony
she
file.
won't be able to post all these bonds.
Yes, that is the problem.
That is a concern. They're dismissed without prejudice. You can always reissue.
All right, thank you. If that's all for you, and then where did my pen go?
I gave it back to her. I
Okay.
gave it away.
No, it's all right. It's okay. No problem.
I need to get-
All right.
Oh, that's good.
Phone number, please.
We will.
And we do have a couple waivers of timelines, exams, and a dismissal that I think we could get to before we start the next exam if Your Honor wants. I know we've had people waiting here a while.
Yep, I'll message you. I'll message you on this, okay?
Okay, you have what?
We have, so Camacho Desano co-defendant case is gonna be a waiver. Albert Taylor should be a waiver of the 21 days. And Luis de Weldes should be a dismissal, Your Honor. I haven't seen the victim on
On the record in the, can you bring up, well, who's representing, Feigelson?
it. Yes.
I don't see Feigelson. Okay. If he wants to waive his client's appearance, I can call it. On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Luis Rejuelves, 24-03-193 and 23-03533, council appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. Case mark appearing on behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Your Honor, Assistant Public, good afternoon, excuse me, Assistant Public Defender Stephen Feigelson, on behalf of Louis Delvez, I do waive his presidency is down in lap up this morning.
Today was the date that was scheduled for preliminary examinations in both matters. And a bond violation. How are we proceeding?
Just 1 minute. I think it's
Just one matter, Your Honor.
For example.
Felonious assault was the one that I had noticed. File number 2403193FY.
Okay, I have a bond violation on one, that's the issue.
Yeah.
And then a exam in the other file.
Yes.
Okay. Sentencing. Yeah. Okay, reset the bond violation. So now we're just dealing with the assault with a deadly weapon.
You said you're resetting the bond violation, Your Honor.
Yeah, to the day of his sentencing.
Your Honor, at this time, I have not seen the necessary witness on this case, Jason Price, appear. I've attempted contact several times. The people are unable to proceed.
Judge, the defense is ready to proceed. We're asking, I know it's without prejudice, but nonetheless, we're supposed to dismiss the case today.
Dismissal without prejudice is granted. And you can advise your client as to what that means.
I will, Your Honor.
Did we see Pisano? Pisano is here. Okay, are we running that? Pisano.
Desano Camacho should be a waiver, Your Honor. It's a co-defendant case,
No,
actually.
Pisano is the last name.
I thought it was a co-defendant case.
Oh, they're both running?
Yeah, they're both waiving it, I understand.
Got it. On the record in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Dominic Camacho 24-02559 and the people of the state of Michigan versus Taylor Bisano 24-02560. Appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Case appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning or afternoon, Your Honor. Jack Rucker appearing on behalf of defendant Desano, who is standing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Palmer of the Public Defender's Office on behalf of Mr. Camacho, who's standing to my left.
Today is the date that was scheduled for a preliminary examination. Mr. Desano had a carrying concealed weapon and a controlled substance. Mr. Camacho has a carrying concealed weapon. And there was a waiver of the timeline, or is this an unconditional waiver?
Unconditional. May I approach?
Yes.
You want me to grab both?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
All right, final one. And two.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Camacho. You understand that you have the right to have a preliminary examination in the district court?
Yes,
Do you understand the purpose of the exam?
yes,
So you have the right to require the prosecution meet their burden, which is to establish that they have sufficient probable cause that a felony was committed and probable cause sufficient to charge you with that felony. You understand that?
yes,
You want to waive your right to have that exam unconditionally?
yes.
Has there been any offers on this? Were there any offers on this?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
This is a workout in circuit court.
okay. Okay, you understand that once this matter is bound over, you can't change your mind, so you can't get to circuit court and decide, I really like my offer, I wanna execute my right to have an exam. Once you waive it, it's over, you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Same for you, Mr. DeSano,
Sorry, please.
but you can finish.
I just had a. All right.
No problem. You understand your right to have this exam?
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to waive it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anybody promising you anything to do that?
No, ma'am.
Any threats being made to you to make you waive your exam?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, bind over date on both matters is November 13th. That's not a date that either of you need to appear in circuit court. That's the date the circuit court gets the file from the district court. Your next court date will be a pre-trial and your attorneys will be made aware of that date, okay? Mr. Camacho, what's your address? Okay, what's your phone number? My bond was 2,500 personal recognizance. That will continue. Mr. Gisano, what's your address?
215 Road, lot 3, 4907,
Your phone number?
517-214-6651.
My bond was 2,500, 10%. That will continue. Any additional matters for the record?
From the people,
Nothing from Mr. DeSanto, Your Honor.
and nothing from Mr. Camacho.
Thank you.
Albert Taylor should be a waiver of the 21 days. Your Honor. That should be the last easy one before we get back to exams.
So this was Mr. Taylor.
Correct, Your Honor.
On the record in the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus Albert Taylor, 24-01773 FY appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Case Mark Herring appearing on behalf of the people.
Jacob Pro on behalf of Albert Taylor.
Okay, Mr. Taylor is present today in the courtroom. Today was the date that was scheduled for preliminary examination, and we need to waive the timeline.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why is that?
Well, Your Honor, I think the request is twofold, part mine and part from the defense. On my end, my intent is to run this exam victimless. Even if the victim, Leticia Roberts Hicks, doesn't show up, which she hasn't today. The necessary officer I have for that, Colleen Riley, just had a baby a few weeks ago, so she's off duty. And I would just be asking for a reset of about a month or whenever the court's next available date is to allow some time for her to be back on duty. The second request, and I will defer to defense, but I understand there are potentially some discovery issues. My records show, and I've sent a proof of service twice, that discovery was shared. But maybe they went to the wrong email or something, I'm not sure, but I think that just needs to be worked out with our discovery.
I don't really have a, I agree with the people's adjournment requesting the matter. As far as discovery, I have not been provided with these are videos or any pictures that were referenced in the report. They sent it to a different email address. I sent another email to the Discovery Department, and they sent me an email without all of the requisite information. So I'm prepared to go today. Overall, aside from the prosecutor wanting to proceed without the victim who is not present today.
Okay, so for you, Mr. Taylor, you have the right to have a preliminary examination within 21 days of the date that you were arraigned, which was back on the 17th of October. However, due to the officer needed being out on medical leave, that's outside of the control of the prosecution, the court's going to find good cause to adjourn this beyond 21 days to have this matter reset, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. January 2nd at 9:30. Bond in this matter is 10,000 personal recognizance that will continue. Any additional matters for the record today?
New people.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're ready for Mr. Bush, Your Honor.
Okay, on the record in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Ernest Bush. File numbers are 23-03-168, 24-03-003, and then 24-03-016. Appearance, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Adam Pfeiffer on behalf of the people.
If Your Honor, may it please the court, Deputy Chief Public Defender Steve Cornish on behalf of Mr. Bush, who's in the court and seated to my right.
Today was the date and time scheduled for exam on these matters. Are we ready to proceed?
In part, Your Honor, we are ready to proceed on the examination in file 24-3016 FY. We are not ready to proceed on 24-3003 FY due to officer unavailability and subpoena issues that I have been more than just my case this morning due to the system switchover that my office did. That officer for the larger file is Officer Bailey Uberoff, who we made in contact. He, despite having minor children, still got his butt over here with his infant child. He did not realize how long he would have to be waiting though, and unfortunately had to leave because he did not have any other food or supplies for the infant child he was here with.
Okay,
So-
this is on which file?
The one with the robbery, I believe that's 3003. Was I?
Officer Uberoff was here with an infant.
Yep.
What was his plan?
His plan was to try and testify while one of the other officers watched his infant in the back room. He was not going to bring the infant onto the jury box or into the witness box, but lack of supplies for the child and the amount that, due to just the other cases coming up in that meantime, meant he had to leave. And I will say, Officer Uberoff is the only officer we would need in order to bind over that case. The plan was to have the victim here on both these files. She appeared previously, but for whatever reason, she's not here. My office and myself, I'm still prepared to proceed and prosecute the 2 felony files without her, but that is the cause of all of this today. However, the people are still prepared to proceed on 24-3016 with Officer Tori Brooks and Officer Jameel Jones. We'd ask for an adjournment of 3003, but barring that, the people will absolutely reissue that file if need be. And then for the misdemeanor file, which I know is the final pretrial conference, FD 53, the people are going to be dismissing both of those today. If the victim is not here, and we handle felony and misdemeanor files very differently.
You're gonna be discussing what?
The misdemeanor file that was set for final pretrial today. I think the number is 23-3168,
Okay, that's the misdemeanor. There's a
and then a PA 53 in that file.
There was 2, I think, in here.
Okay.
I have one that he was not to commit a crime while released, and then one allegation of direct or indirect contact with Samantha Bear.
Yes, Your Honor. So
And so the crime was one of these other files, is that accurate?
it was, Your Honor. Given the fact that she is not here to provide direct testimony, we're not seeking to proceed on the PA 53s today because the standard is.
Or dismissal for that. And so my quick question, I should say, about the 3003 file. You said Uberoff was on leave, but I'm trying to understand how we come.
He had the day off, subpoenas weren't run, we were able to call him, and he didn't have childcare, so he was still able to come out here on short notice.
Okay, so he was not subpoenaed?
No, the subpoenas weren't, neither he nor Officer Jones were, but I was able to get both of them to come out here. For whatever reason, with the new system switchover, the subpoenas weren't actually run for that file. I do not know why. All I know is I've been in contact with the clerk's office. They've said it's the growing pains that they are fixing and it shouldn't be a problem in the future. I wish I had a better explanation than that, but we've confirmed he never received his pay.
Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense has no objection to the dismissal of 23E168 SM. Filling in for Mr. Raleigh today on that issue. We do have an objection in regards to 3003, Your Honor. The court recalls we appeared here a couple of weeks ago for that. A motion to dismiss at that time. The court denied the request and granted the prosecutor adjournment. We would renew our objection to adjourning once again for my client. We'd ask the court, he's already had one bite at this apple and the opportunity to inform the officer when we were here last time for the prelim exam that the new date and time, could have told him when he was here. That never occurred, apparently. I think that we're well past the 21 now. We've already given them one adjournment. We asked for dismissal. If Mr. Pfeiffer chooses to reissue it, that's up to him. And he can certainly do that, but at this point, it has to be dismissed.
Okay, I'm looking at the notes to see October 18th, it's a defendant had another case. Officer was at drone training and Mr. Pfeiffer, who was not here, I think Mr. Markarian probably filled in for him and notified the court of the officers at drone training. And so the court found good cause to adjourn from that standpoint. The prosecution has also issued that they will absolutely reissue this if dismissed. And then we have 24-03016, which we are ready to proceed on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I'll address your motion after I see what we're gonna do in that file, because if it's getting bound over, I'm not dismissing it just for them to go back and send me some paperwork to have them rearranged, because that's not in the interest of judicial economy. So you can proceed.
Thank you. The people will call Officer Tory Brooks. Had a long day, he said.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury. You can have a seat. State your first and last name and spell both.
Tory Brooks, TORIBROOKS.
You can proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Brooks. Where are you currently employed? And what's your role there?
Patrol officer on day shift.
How long have you been a patrol officer with LPD?
8 years.
Were you working in that capacity on October 2nd, 2024?
Correct.
And on that day, did you end up speaking with a Samantha Barrett?
Yes.
Now, as a result of speaking with her, did you determine that assault had taken place?
Yes.
Did you determine that the assault was domestic in nature?
Yes.
And did you determine that happened close in time?
Yes.
Now, did Samantha end up going or getting seen by Lansing Fire Department?
Yes, she did.
Your Honor, I'd like to admit people's proposals at 1, which is the LFD medical records under MCL 766.11B, which has the exception for medical records without the rule against hearsay or the need for record keeping along those lines at the preliminary exam.
Any objection?
Not for prelim, Judge.
Admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, I'd like to review the narrative portion of People's 1. And just tell me, does it say in there that she complained about injury to her neck?
Yes.
Did she tell you that part of the assault happened to her neck?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, people seek to go forward using statements submitted under MCL 768.27C, as I believe all the requisite requirements of that statute have been met. An adequate foundation has been laid.
Mr. Cornish.
I guess I would reserve any objections I have towards that until after the proofs come out.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, and well, at that day, were you aware that? Actually, I will get to that point later. I apologize, I'm taking this out of order. Did Samantha tell you who had attacked her?
Yes.
And who did she tell you to attack her?
She said her boyfriend Ernest.
Now, do you want to determine a last name for Ernest?
Yes, but
Did you locate any court orders protecting Samantha from Ernest?
I can't recall.
That's Your Honor, I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that there was an order from this court protecting Samantha from Mr. Bush.
Noted.
Thank you. Now, did Samantha say where this happened?
she couldn't remember the street name, and she just gave me numbers of what she thought the residence was that was close by where we were at.
Were you able to locate an address, Mr. Bush, that matched up with those close to them?
Yes, correct.
Now, was that the Genesee Street in Lansing?
Yes, correct.
Is that in Ingham County?
Yes.
What do you remember Samantha telling you about this assault?
She stated that she had, well, she didn't remember the exact address, but that was determined to be the address, that she had just come from there, and that they had been using drugs, and then they got in an argument because Ernest believed that she was stealing things, which then turned into him believing that Samantha was going to assault him. So he grabbed a hold of her, according to Samantha, put his hand over her mouth so she couldn't scream, and then started applying pressure around her neck, and she went in and out of consciousness.
Now, you said that they were both doing drugs. Samantha told you that?
Yes.
So she was upfront about that?
Yes, correct.
Now, have you ever yourself seen Ernest Bush?
It had been quite some time, but yes, I'm familiar and had seen it before.
Okay, and without getting too into the weeds on it, what's the nature of that prior contact?
For drug use.
Okay, so it was as part of the job.
Yes.
About how long ago are we talking this ballpark?
A year and a half, somewhere in that ballpark.
Would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Yes.
Do you see Ernest Bush here today?
Yes.
Please identify where he's located, maybe something he's wearing that other people aren't, to differentiate him.
He's wearing a blue jumpsuit.
A direct critical fact she pointed at and identified the defendant.
Any objections or identification?
No, Your Honor.
Identifications noted.
Your Honor, I'd seek to publish people one to the court at this time, but apart from that, I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually had questions.
Okay.
Published later.
It's published. I can hand it to the court. Very briefly, thank you, Judge. Morning, Officer Brooks. Or I guess afternoon. Sorry. Just a couple brief questions. Would you look at that LFD report for me?
Yes.
And it states in there, if I'm not wrong, that there was, it's the second sentence. Could you read that? That's the third sentence. The second line starts with PT has no. Could you read that out loud for me?
You're saying APT is?
It says PT has no visible. What's that sentence?
Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Oh, PT has, I got it. PT has no visible marks on neck or any signs of abuse. PT admitted using drugs and being high.
And PT also is Samantha, is that correct?
Correct.
And Samantha told you on the scene that she had been using ice,
Correct.
and you took ice to be an illegal narcotic, is that correct?
Yes, she told me multiple substances. Yes, that was one of them.
I'll get to that one. But what is ice?
Typically, not.
Okay. So she had been using meth,
Right.
and she'd been using crack,
Yes,
and she'd been using heroin,
correct.
all at the same time.
She didn't specify it was all at the same time, but she said she had used all three of them.
Okay, in fact, while she was talking to you, she was high on these substances.
Correct.
And you said that she told you her boyfriend Ernest did this.
Yes.
Okay, and that you later determined it to be Mr. Bush.
No, I believe that she told me first and last name, but in my report, it's his first name.
I mean, you didn't put that in there, though, right?
Not from what I recall of my report.
Back in your report, you simply said her boyfriend Ernest.
And that could simply well be in my report, yes.
Would you think it's important to put the last name of the suspect in the report under the identification part?
Typically, but I think there's a heading in there that describes more.
It certainly is in the next section, but in the section where
Yeah.
you're talking to the defendant, which is, the complainant, which is what we're talking about today, right?
Correct.
Under her description to you, she simply said Ernest.
Again, I recall that she said both, but I can't say 100% at this exact time without looking at my body camera.
Okay, so you're not certain whether or not she said Ernest, but you think so.
I believe that she did.
And you knew Mr. Bush from something completely unrelated to this, correct?
Yes, I've had prior contact with her.
You didn't arrest Mr. Bush that day,
The day of this,
correct?
no, I did not.
You didn't,
I did not make contact with her.
okay, you didn't show her a photograph of somebody named Ernest Bush, is that correct?
No, correct.
And have her point to it and say, yeah, that's the guy.
Nope.
So she had no markings on her and was high at the time, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't even see Mr. Bush that day.
No, I did not.
She couldn't give you the apartment that he lives in
No, she couldn't give me this, the street name of it.
or the correct apartment number.
No, I think she was with one number off, if I recall correctly.
And this is where she lived.
That's what she said, yes, that she was staying there.
You didn't, in this case, you never arrested Mr. Bush at all, correct?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. You were spotted out there because Samantha had 911 call, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do people who are high and committing crimes of illegal drugs usually call the police and want to talk to the police?
No.
No. And she still openly had you guys come out there and told you, I'm using illegal drugs and this is what happened to me.
Yes.
Yeah. They said that you didn't make contact with Ernest Bush that day. My question is this, did you try?
From what I recall, yes, but I can't say with 100% certainty.
Looking at a copy of your report, refresh your memory?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor, so marked. Officer, I know I've said this to you before, but don't read it aloud, just read it to yourself. Let me know when you're all done, and if it's sufficiently refreshed your memory, which is not going to be possible to do so. I'll come up, grab it from you, ask you the question again. All set?
Yes.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
So, Officer Brooks, did you try and make contact with Mr. Bush?
Yes.
And you weren't successful?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
May this witness be excused?
She may, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Brooks. Any other witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. The people will call Officer Jamil Jones. Thank you. Oh, and if I could now publish.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
You can have a seat. State your first and last name and spell both.
Jamel Jones. So,
Spell both.
Jamel, J-A-M-E-L, Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
City Council.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Jones. Where are you currently employed?
City of Lansing, Lansing Department.
And how long have you been employed at the Lansing Police Department?
December.
And what's your role there?
As a patrol officer to enforce the law, make arrests if necessary.
So, but you're not, you're not clerical staff there or anything like that. You're a police officer, right?
Yeah, police.
So were you working as a police officer on October 3rd, 2024?
Yeah.
And on that day, did you make contact with Ernest Bush?
Yes.
Why'd you make contact with him?
I was called to assist to make an arrest for a person who basically got committed a domestic assault.
Okay, and that was an assault with Samantha Barrett, right? Now, do you see the man that you arrested here today?
Yes.
Could you please identify where he's located? Maybe something he's wearing that differentiates him from the people around him?
Sitting at the table here with glasses hanging from the shirt, gray beard, and
I think that's sufficient. Your Honor, the record will reflect that this officer has also identified the defendant.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
ID's noted.
And to be clear, this was on October 3rd, and that was for an assault that took place on October 3rd, right? Not for the assault that took place on October 2nd. Correct.
It's not an alleged assault.
I'm sorry?
It's an alleged assault, not an assault.
You know what? That's fair. I can rephrase. Absolutely. That's for allegations of an assault on October 3rd, not the allegations on October 2nd, right? Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, officer. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
As the defense calling witnesses,
Not today, Your Honor. Thank you.
argument.
Your Honor, I would ask that you bind over. Actually, I'd like to amend count one to be the full assault by strangulation, as the officer testified that the victim told her she was going in and out of consciousness when he was strangling, which would be the requirements for the full strangulation, which is currently charged as an attempt. I believe that all of the requirements for 27C have been met for the admission of the hearsay statements. Further, the statements that she made in the LFD report satisfy these as well. I don't think that there is any issue about identification in this matter. The court already acknowledged and took judicial notice of the fact that there was a no contact order between him and her for different domestic violence. Then she tells this officer, Officer Brooks, on October 2nd, my boyfriend, Ernest Bush, beat me today. And then the next day, there was another call for another assault between Samantha and Ernest Bush that Officer Jones responds out for and arrests Ernest Bush, the defendant sitting at this table. So I do not believe that there is any, but especially the probable cause standard, any issues in regards to identification. I believe the required elements have been met, and I'd ask that you bind over as requested. Oh, with a misdemeanor domestic violence. I don't know why that was missed the first time, but that should definitely be there.
How do you add a misdemeanor domestic violence?
Yes, Your Honor. It would just be a first offense, domestic violence. So I'm asking that the attempt strangulation be changed to a full strangulation and that there be an added count of domestic violence. That should always be present in the case. I don't know why it was missed.
Thank you. Mr. Lynch.
Your Honor, just very briefly. I think that my biggest problem runs into is 27C. So we look at paragraph D under section 1. It talks about how it has to be statements made, a trustworthiness about them. One of the examples that they give is that it's supported by other admissible evidence, and that's under subsection C of paragraph 2. So what it's talking about there is that it has to be trustworthy. What we're talking about is a person who is high on 3 different illegal narcotics at the time of talking to the police. And in the LFD report says how she was choked and or strangled and hands are on the throat and has no markings on her that would corroborate the story. So we have just her statement and an officer saying that, well, people when you call the police report something if they're high, which the court can take it or leave that. That is idle speculation by the officer's part. She's not a dispatcher. She doesn't work for 911. I don't think this is trustworthy. We have an individual who's intoxicated, who has no corroborating evidence to it, and I don't think this is appropriate under 27C, which is part of the reason why I reserved my objection until after we could hear the full proofs to see if that's what the officer would state. It was a very minor problem of whether or not it was Ernest or Ernest Bush or who it was that was identified. I think the officers may have cleared up who she's accusing or whom she's accusing, but I really don't think this qualifies under the statute for the exception of the hearsay. We've had multiple opportunities for the complainant to come to court. She isn't here. I would ask the court to dismiss.
The officer with 8 years of experience said that people who are actively committing crimes by taking narcotics and illegal drugs don't call police, and there was no cross-examination about that fact to try and attack the veracity of that, because it's clear to everybody, you don't get police involved if something when you're committing a crime and confess to committing a crime. That actually goes to credibility, because she's the one who had the cops come. Not that the cops just accidentally rolled up on her while she was committing or getting high, then she spun a tail to get out of it. She had them come out because she had been assaulted, despite her doing that and could have gone to jail for it. That goes to her credibility, it doesn't cut against it. And then further, I mean, it even says in the LFD report, she was answering all the questions appropriately and speaking clear and complete sentences. And the LFD report, the statements to LFD are corroboration under the 27C elements for the statements made to the officer, not only about the pain that she saw because injuries are not a requirement, but evidence that is admissible in other ways other than 27C, which this is. So it's not relying on hearsay or anything along those lines under the rules for preliminary examinations. I believe that there is a sufficient basis to bind over as requested. I'm asking you to do so.
Today was the date that was set for a preliminary examination on this file, which is originally charged as assault with great intent to do great bodily harm less than a murder, and then it was charged as a habitual offender, 4th offense notice. The burden is on the prosecution. They need to establish that they have more than mere suspicion that the alleged crimes occurred, and that you were the individual who allegedly committed those crimes. This is not a trial. They don't have to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. They admitted testimony today under MCL 768.27C in the absence of the alleged victim, Samantha Barrett. And the testimony came through Officer Tori Brooks, officer of the Lansing Police Department for approximately 8 years. She testified that on or about October 2nd, 2024, that she made a report or dispatch to an address to meet with a person who identified themselves as Samantha Barrett, that she described an incident in nature involving a domestic relationship with the person that she identified or named as Ernest. That the report of the alleged incident was given in close proximity to the time in which the alleged incident had occurred. That the alleged victim, Miss Barrett, reported that she had been at the address located on Genesee Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan, and that she had recently left that location, that she was there doing illegal drugs with Mr. Bush, and that the defendant, Mr. Bush, became assaultive after accusing her of stealing, and that he ultimately grabbed her around the neck, applied pressure, that she was going in and out of consciousness. Officer Brooks reported that the victim received or was treated by a Lansing Fire Department. The medical records were admitted by the people as People Exhibit 1. The court reviewed that record. On cross-examination, the defense attorney did point out particularly the point in the medical records would indicate that there was a complaint of injury to the neck, however, no injury noted, or no visible marks on neck or sign of abuse was noted, to be exact, is what the language of the report says. And so the defense argues that there is a lack of reliability or credibility as to the statements that were made to the officer, because the alleged victim would have reported being under the influence of multiple illegal substances at the time that this report was being made, and because there was no injury to corroborate these allegations. The prosecution is arguing that typically, based on the officer's testimony, people who are engaging in illegal activity don't call the police to report the illegal activity. And so that in and of itself goes to the credibility of Ms. Barrett's statements to the officer. I find that the foundation that was laid to admit the testimony under 768.27C was properly laid. I also believe that under the circumstances, obviously the elements of the crime does not require there to be an injury. And so whether or not the fire department noticed any markings on her neck, I think it's not really germane to whether or not there's a credible report of an assault that involved some strangulation. Now, the concern I think the court needed to evaluate was the statements that the victim is under the use or influence of multiple substances, which I've heard the statement many times: a drunk person speaks a sober mind. People under the influence can tell the truth. They don't necessarily need to be hallucinating or under or lying just because they're under the influence. And again, there's been no evidence that suggests that she was under some drugs that would cause her to hallucinate. So whether or not she in fact was hallucinating or fabricating, or that these drugs had some impact on Ms. Barrett's awareness, that's a question of fact for the jury. I find that the testimony was sufficient under 27C, so that would be admitted. The people are asking for the court to amend the charge to upgrade it to a full assault by strangulation or suffocation based on the testimony that was provided, and the people will need to prove at trial that first, the defendant committed a battery upon Ms. Barrett, and that the battery is a forceful, violent, or offensive touching of another person or something closely connected with that other person. Second, that the touching must have been attended intended by the defendant, that is not accidental, and that it must have been against Ms. Barrett's will. It does not matter whether the touching caused an injury. Third, that the battery was committed by strangulation or suffocation. Strangulation or suffocation means intentionally impeding the circulation of blood or breathing by applying pressure on the throat or neck, or by blocking the nose or mouth. The testimony again through Officer Brooks was that the defendant grabbed Ms. Beard around the neck after accusing her of some theft and applied pressure, impeding her ability to breathe or causing her to go in and out of consciousness. I think that's consistent with the report that's named or stated here in the fire police, the Lansing Fire Police report. And what the alleged victim that is, stated to police fire when she was seen. So the court is satisfied that there's sufficient probable cause to bind over on assault by strangulation and to add a charge of domestic violence per the request that will be added. The matter will be bound over to the circuit court for a bind over date of November 13th. And Mr. Bush, you do not need to appear in court on November 13th. That's the date the circuit court gets the file from the district court, unless your attorney makes a motion for you to be rearranged in circuit court. You will not be seen in circuit court on that date, okay?
Just a heads up for defense and defense counsel on the record. I believe that we're going to be amending. It doesn't have to be done by this court, but in the information at circuit court, the HAB fourth to be the super HAB for 25. Like I said, that's on the people to do though.
Do you have any questions today, sir? Do you have any questions for the court, Mr. Bush, on this file? Okay, so bond was set at 200,000 cash surety with a no contact order in place for the protection of a Samantha Bush. That will continue. There was a motion that was an objection. Well, there was an motion to adjourn file number 24-03003 in the absence of Officer Uberoff. An objection to that. The court did indicate that they would hold their ruling on that as to whether or not to dismiss this based on if this matter was going to be bound over, but hasn't put to bond on that matter. So it's not in the interest of judicial economy to dismiss this so that it could be reissued over the weekend. So of the matter in 24-03003 will be reset. At 10. You said January 3rd? Yes. January 3rd at 10.
Check two schedules, Judge. One second.
Oh, I'm not even checking mine. I will make sure the people are available to do this.
I just gotta make sure I'm in Michigan.
That's fair. It is right after the holidays.
I'll take vacation. I know, you all look very much like that.
It's not healthy.
I will be here.
Okay.
We're trying to have a kid. We're trying to have kids have the same.
Okay, we will continue or see Mr. Bush on January 3rd at 10 a.m. Bond in that matter is set at 750,000 cash surety with GPS tether and a no contact order. Any additional matters for the record?
Not from the people, Your Honor.
You're all set.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Ms. Donnelly, did you want to waive Mr. Green's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Travion Green 24-02349 FY. Appearance, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Case Mark Aaron appearing on behalf of the people.
And Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of Travion Green, whose appearance I will waive for this purpose. He is downstairs.
Okay, today's the date and time set for a preliminary examination. My understanding is there was an issue of witnesses today?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could make a record.
Yes.
The necessary witnesses on this case, Anna Brito being one of them, the complaining witness. I did speak with her yesterday afternoon. She advised that she had some travel issues, but was planning to drop her boyfriend off in Lansing this morning for work anyway. So I thought she would appear and I just haven't seen her. I'm not sure what happened there. Regardless, we were intending to run this even if she did not show victimless. The necessary officer for that, Kiefer Davis, as has become a bit of a theme today, did not get a subpoena. I did email with him. It seems like this is just everything for this day. Had subpoena issues at our office, so I understand if Your Honor is willing to grant the anticipated motion of a dismissal. However, this is certainly a case our office will be reissuing. There have been no adjournments up to this point, so I would just be asking for a recess.
Your Honor, that is my understanding. My client does not agree to an adjournment. So we would be asking the court to dismiss it.
Okay, based on the recent communication with the alleged victim, with their intent to participate, as well as the prosecution's intention running this victimless even without the victim. And obviously, it sounds like if there's an issue with the transition in program and that people or officers didn't get subpoenaed, I would imagine it would affected more than one officer. So it affected this file. I don't see where this matter is ever reset. So I'm gonna find good cause to go beyond the 21-day timeline because the people intend to reissue this. It's in the interest of judicial economy to just continue it.
January 3rd.
January 3rd, what's that again? 10 o'clock. Any additional matters for the record?
Nothing for defense.
No. And we're running Bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that radio? On the record, in the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus Henry Vail 24-02772. Council appearance.
Your Honor, Patricia Saressa for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Stephen Feigelson on behalf of Henry Veal, seated to my right this morning. This afternoon.
Okay, today's date that was scheduled for a preliminary examination on one count of criminal sex crime in the first offense. How are we proceeding? I mean, first degree, that is. How are we proceeding?
We're holding a prelim, Your Honor. I do have a preliminary matter.
Yes.
There's a person in the courtroom that is a witness in this case. She's been interviewed by the detective. Her vehicle was involved in the, in this incident. The residence where she was living, the location, the venue. There are other acts she was testifying to. In the sake of keeping this case pristine, I would ask she be sequestered at least while the victim is testifying.
Sequestration is granted.
Thank you.
The victim needs to be excused. I mean, the witness needs to be excused. I don't know who it is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any other preliminary matters?
I guess I could just put on the record in case there's an objection. I don't think there is, but we're moving for the admission of the same report, which is marked as People's Exhibit 1, proposed exhibit, excuse me. And 3 laboratory reports, 2, 3, and 4 under 76611B. Council's had a copy of these since we authorized the case. And they are admissible as to what they are admissible under the statute as to what even without the author of the reports being present.
Okay, you said they're marked as what? People's 1?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll be more clear. Thank you. The SANE report, which is a 10-page document, Your Honor, authored by Deborah Yates, is number 1.
Okay.
Number 2 is the lab report authored by Heather Goff, which is reflects that a sample was submitted for CODIS. That's under the date of October 24th. I'm sorry, December 2nd of 2016 is when it was completed. That's 2. 3 is the Code Association under date of March 13th of 2017, authored by Lindsay Dashi, forensic scientist, as well as Exhibit 2, also forensic scientist Heather Goff. And then 4 is the final DNA result, authored by Cassandra DeRuiter, forensic scientist in the biology unit at the Michigan Department of State Police Forensic Division, which is the final result comparing the buccal swab from the defendant and the sample that was entered into CODIS. And submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
No objection. I do believe for purposes of further they can come.
They are admitted.
Thank you.
Any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Veal, Your Honor.
Please call your witness.
People would call Robert Bobby Emery.
Raise your right hand. Other hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, have a seat, please. There's a microphone that is in front of you. That microphone does not amplify the sound in the courtroom, and your responses need to be heard loud enough so that the attorneys hear them, and but I also have to hear them, okay?
Yes.
So all of your responses need to be loud and clear, and they must be verbal. You can't do head nods and mhm, uh-huhs, because we can't articulate that clearly into the record. So if you forget, we'll remind you that, is that a yes or no?
Yes.
If either of the attorneys make an objection, you'll stop speaking. I have to make a ruling on that objection, and then I will let you know if you can give us that response or not. First, state your first and last name and spell both.
Robert Emery, ROBERTEMERY. I go by Bobby, BOBBIE.
Proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bobby, how old are you?
50.
And I need to take you back to August 4th of 2013. Can you do that?
Yeah.
All right. You remember that time frame? You have
Yes.
to say, okay. And at that time, just a preliminary issue. Tell me how you identified
Email.
and how do you identify gender-wise today?
Male.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted that to be clear.
Yes.
Tell me if you recall being at or near 2305 Jolly Road, maybe you don't remember the address, but Jolly Road.
Yes, I was at a bus stop.
All right. And was it early in the morning? You remember what time it was?
I thought it was like nighttime, but yeah, after midnight.
Okay, fair enough. And that bus stop, you said, where was the bus stop?
It was on the, right at the corner of Jolly and Pennsylvania.
All right. And in fairness, had you been drinking?
Yes.
And what happened?
I was just at the bus stop drinking. I don't like to sit at home when I was drinking. Defendant pulled up and asked me my name and what I was doing. When I was just drinking, wanted to party. He said he knew where there was a party.
Yes. What happened next?
He said he knew where there was a party and would I like to go with him? I said yes.
So what happened? What did you do?
I got in his car.
Tell me about the car.
I'm sorry.
What do you remember about the car, Bobby?
I don't.
Okay. Tell me what happened. Was there anybody else in the car besides you? And you've already said the defendant.
No.
Was there anybody else in the vehicle?
No.
Okay. And so it was your understanding that he was going to take you to a quote unquote party.
Yes.
Tell me what happened.
Well, I got in the car and we went down Jolly Road to about maybe 2 miles to some apartments across from Tim Hortons around that area. And then took me into one of the apartment buildings. I'm not sure which one. It was nighttime. And it wasn't an apartment, it was a basement. I didn't know that. I'd never been there. They look like apartment buildings.
So you went to an apartment building, but then when you went in, you didn't go into an actual apartment. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
All right.
It was a basement.
So you went into a basement.
Yes.
How did the defendant get into the basement, if you recall?
Just walked into the building.
Okay.
It looked like, I mean, as far as I remember, it was 13 years ago, but it was just like going into an apartment. But it's,
Okay. Tell me what happened in the basement. Was there a party in the basement?
no, man.
All right. Was there anybody else in the basement?
No, man.
And you said, I think you started to say that it was, did you say it was dark?
Yes, man.
All right.
Extremely.
How did that make you feel? Tell me what happened when you when the defendant took you into this basement. Tell me about the basement. What can you tell me? What do you recall today as you sit here about the basement?
Flat. It was like a cage stone or like a chicken wire.
And I was. You know, like, opened the door and ushered me in. Then as soon as I got in, my arm was grabbed and put behind my back. And I was ushered to the other side of the room where the cage, it was like, I didn't want to say cage, it was like chicken wire, little fenced in area thing.
All right.
I wasn't held. And the other side of the room.
Okay. You said the defendant did what to your arm?
Put it behind my back.
All right. And moved you across the other side of the room?
Yes.
What happened next?
Put on my knees. And I was told to perform. I said no.
You said no?
Yeah.
Did you still have your arm behind your back? Was the defendant still holding your arm behind your back?
No.
I didn't hear, the voice dropped too low. I was told to perform what?
Oral.
Oral.
What were the exact words that were used?
Thank you.
You said that you were told to perform oral. Is that the words that were used or the different words that were used? If you remember.
I can't remember.
Exactly.
Blowjob or stuff. I don't know.
Blowjob or what?
Suck my dick. I don't know.
And you said no.
Yes.
So you had no interest in doing that.
No.
What
No
happened next,
interest
Bobby?
in it. I wanted to go to a party.
What happened next?
I was pushed backwards, like on my back. His hand was around my neck. And he started. Well, I was wearing some like gym shorts that were like silky shorts, real short, and they were pulled down. And he started doing that to me.
Okay. Who pulled the shorts down?
He did.
And you said that was done to you. I'm not trying to be.
Oral.
Okay. What do you mean by oral? What part of
His mouth was on my jump.
what part of your genitals?
My penis.
And when you say on, can you tell me more? Was it?
Sucking.
Okay. So your penis, where was your penis? Was it in his mouth?
Yes.
All right. And that's not something you wanted to engage in?
No.
All right. What happened next?
I didn't get hurt or anything. And I was supposed to turn over. My arm was back. My right arm was behind my back again, really far. And I was fingered. But
Tell me what you say fingered. Whose finger
his finger
went where?
and my butt.
Okay.
It was a penis.
So was finger in your butt after mouth, his mouth and in your penis in his mouth?
Yes.
And then after the finger in your butt, you said his penis went where?
In my butt.
Bobby, how did this make you feel?
Terrible.
How did you feel emotionally at that time?
Frozen, scared.
Okay.
I stayed down there. It didn't take all that long. And then he didn't say a word, he just left. And I stayed down there for maybe 15-20 minutes to make sure, he was gone. Just to make sure he was gone.
I can appreciate that, but I want to be clear about your words because they're important. You said you felt terrified. What else did you say, Bobby?
Scared. Frozen.
Frozen. That's the one I hate. Did you tell him no more than once? If you recall.
I don't remember.
But you told him no at least once.
Yes,
And when you say you were choked prior, I'm gonna go back a little bit now. Can you describe to the court how you were choked, Bobby? It's important that we know that we don't put words in your mouth. How were you choked?
hand around my neck.
And you just hand around your neck and held there, or was
Not
it?
two.
Oh, one hand. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you very much. Was there pressure applied, or was it just, or was it just hand on your
It's
neck?
like a hand on my neck while he was down there.
Okay. Was he applying pressure to your neck?
Yeah,
Did it affect your ability to breathe at all?
not there, not real bad. Like holding.
When he was in your rectum or your butt with his penis, do you know if he ejaculated?
Yes,
How do you know? Can you tell the court how you know?
because there was semen in my butt.
How do you know that? How do you know there was semen in your butt?
Because it was there.
Did you actually feel it? Or did you
Yes.
see it, or did you?
I felt it and it was there when I went to the hospital.
What did he do after he ejaculated in your butt?
Just left.
Tell me about that. Tell me more about that. How did he leave?
Got it from left.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
Just left.
Where's I remember.
And you had gotten there with him, so you didn't have a ride anywhere.
No.
How far away was this location about from the bus stop that you mentioned earlier?
2 to 3 miles, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it was not that far away.
No.
Tell me how you felt afterwards, after this happened, after he left.
I didn't make vomit.
Can you tell me more about that, Bobby?
Scared. It's fun to get out. I mean, there was only 2 places open at the time. It was Tim Hortons and QD. I didn't want to go into QD because there was people going in and out of there, so I went over to Tim Hortons and asked for help.
You happen to know what it's important in the area, same area as the apartments. Would you have any problem with that being those apartments being if I told you it was Briar Cliff Apartments, would you have any problem with that, or did you not know the apartments? by
I
name?
didn't know the name.
Okay. When you went to Tim Hortons, was that out of any kind of emotion? What made you go to Tim Hortons, if you can tell the court?
I just wanted help and it was the only place open besides Quality Dairy.
So you wanted help.
Yes.
You were looking for what in terms of when you say you wanted help, what were you specifically seeking at Tim Hortons?
Someone to call the police.
Thank you. So another human being to help you.
Yes.
Have the effects of these rapes affected you emotionally, Bobby?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they still affect you today?
Yes. I blocked it out for a long time, but when it was brought back up, I thought nothing was ever going to happen, so I blacked it out for a really long time.
But you are experiencing difficulty now.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have injuries after the assaults, the rapes? That you recall? If you don't recall, that's fine. You don't recall? When you went to the hospital, right, and you were examined? And part of that was just to get you medical treatment, correct? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you have any injuries do you recall this nurse noting any injuries?
I do, but I don't remember what they were.
All right. But you told them, or you let them examine you so they could
Yes.
see the
Yes.
injuries that were
Yes.
noted?
I do. remember.
And you willingly submitted yourself for a same examination at the hospital following this incident? How did you get to the hospital?
I can't remember if it was the police car or an I can't remember. It was like, it's just after when I went to the Tim Hortons, and then it was just so excitement in my head, and I mean scary and panic, I guess.
You felt panic as well, Bobby? These are words.
Anxiety, I guess. I mean,
Thank you. So was it suggested to you that you go to the hospital after you had contact with people at Tim Hortons? Let me ask it this way. Did the police come to Tim Hortons?
yes. I think
All right. And at some point, did you give a statement to the police?
Yes.
And then did you end up at the hospital as well? Did you go to the
Yes.
hospital? Okay. And you gave a statement as to what happened to the same nurse at the hospital as
Yes.
well? All right. Let me just back up I want to back up to one thing when you said you were being strangled. Was there ever any object used or was it just hands, if you recall? Or do you know?
It was very, very, very.
But you're sure you were choked? Were you given some medicine?
Fasting.
Yes.
I don't remember. I'm sure I was.
And there were
Yes,
items.
yes, I was. Yeah, I'm sorry, I blocked all this stuff out.
That's
It was,
okay. Don't
I-
apologize.
To make sure if he had any diseases or anything, they gave me a bunch of packets of
Okay,
all
good.
kinds of medicine to take for days and days.
Good.
That's what that was really scary. I completely forgot about that too. So.
And there were items, the nurse collected samples from your body as well, right?
Yes.
Bobby, you haven't seen any reports prior to testifying today, have
No.
you? No stain reports or police reports or anything of that
No.
nature? All right. And the person that you've already identified by using the word defendant, I'm going to be very clear about this. Do you see that person in the courtroom this afternoon, Bobby?
Yes, I do.
All right, could you please point to that, where you see that person right now? And then tell me what that person is wearing, so we're clear for the record as to whom you are referring to.
Could
you also point, Bobby? I'm sorry.
Right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that as the witness answered the question, he has identified the defendant by actually pointing and describing his clothing, although he had already referred to him as the defendant.
Any objection, sorry.
No, Your Honor, I will cross them.
None of the cases noted.
I will pass this witness.
Yeah, I just have a quick question before cross-exam. The area that are near Jolly, well, actually, the area that you were taken to across from the Tim Hortons, that in Lansing, Ingham County.
Is.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Bobby. So I'll turn your attention back again to August 4th of 2013. So you said at that time you identified as a female, is that correct?
Yes,
But you were a male with your body parts, is that correct?
yes,
And you said it was about early morning hours of August 4th, is that correct?
yes,
And you were at a bus stop, is that correct? And you said you were drinking, is that correct?
yes.
Remember what you were drinking?
I think it was that.
How much vodka did you drink that night? Were you intoxicated?
Yes,
Enough to where memory, not memory, what happened would be an issue. And were you under the influence of anything else besides vodka that night?
No.
Did you have any Mike's Hard Lemonade? That night?
Sure.
Remember giving a statement to law enforcement that night?
Yes, I'm sure I did.
So I showed you that statement, would that refresh your memory as to if you had Mike's Hard Lemonade or not that night?
I probably did, because I used to mix lemonade with vodka, so I probably did.
And you said you were at the bus stop, it was 4 a.m. What was your intention at that point?
At the bus stop?
Yep.
I just used to like sit on the bench there and drink.
Okay. Were you singing or doing anything else?
Yeah, I probably was singing. I used to sing Share at the bus stop very loudly.
Okay. Got it. And you said a car pulls up, is that correct?
Yes.
You've not seen that person in the car before, is that correct?
I've never seen it before.
And how long was that conversation?
Not very.
Do you remember what that person was wearing that night?
I do not.
Okay. And you said they invited you to go to another party, is that correct?
Yes.
And you don't remember where they said that was, is that correct? Do you remember where you were? Did they tell you where the party was gonna be?
He said a party.
And then you said you drove a couple miles down the road, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that heading east or heading west?
Sir, I'm not good with directions like that. It was just down Jolly Road. Is all I can tell you.
Got it, okay. And then you stop and you said you go down to a basement, is that correct? You said you were in the basement, is that correct?
It was I assumed it was a basement. It could have been an empty. It looked like a basement to me.
Could have been a laundry room too, or you're not certain?
I'm not certain.
Okay.
It looked like a basement to me with chicken wire fencing.
Okay. You said no one else was in the car that night, is that correct?
No.
Okay. And did you talk about anything with the driver in the car that night?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I was wanting to go to it.
Okay. Did you say anything about who was gonna be at the party or what was gonna happen at the party? Okay. And then you said,
Anything wasn't significant before this happened. I was drinking and any conversation wasn't something I could remember.
so it was basically just small talk, if there was a conversation.
Right.
Okay. And then you said you go down to a basement, could have been on the room's dark, is that correct?
It was very dark.
And what prompted you guys to go down there? Did I say that's where the party is, or how did you end
I
up there?
assume so.
And then you said they put a hand behind your back. Was it your right hand or your left hand?
So it was right.
Okay. And you said you had told them you didn't want to have any sex. Is that correct? And how long did the encounter last, if you remember?
Let's see.
Okay. And then you said you went to the Tim Hortons, is that correct?
After everything.
Yeah. You said you waited about 15 minutes or so to after, so you said after the incident, he just gets up and leaves, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you live near there at the time?
Near the bus stop?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. How far from the bus stop?
Half a block.
Okay. Did you randomly at that time go in strangers' cars for go to a party? Okay. Why on that night did you make a deviation?
Because I was drunk.
And you ran into law enforcement at Tim Hortons, is that correct?
I didn't run into them. I had them called there.
Okay. But did you say something to the store manager? How did law enforcement get involved, if you remember?
I asked them to call them.
Okay. And then you said you went to Sparrow, is that correct?
Yes.
And then since this incident at Sparrow, have you done anything else? Talk to law enforcement or anyone else about what happened then?
And just when they brought the case back up.
But you didn't like talk to Detective Harrison or the assistant prosecutor about your testimony before today?
No.
Did you talk to your therapist or friends or anybody else about what happened?
I discussed things with my therapist, yes. That's one of the main reasons I'm there.
Okay. So this brought you to go to therapy, is that correct?
Not, it didn't bring me to go to therapy. But it's one of my traumas, so
Okay.
yes.
You're actually still in therapy, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said before that, after this time, you never saw the individual that you saw that night again, is that correct? You were able to recognize them today, is that correct, as being these gentlemen standing next to you? How do you know it's the same person?
Because I can tell by his face.
Okay. Do you remember what the person's face looked like on August 4th of 2013? What that face looked like?
Like his.
Well, did he have glasses? Did he have a mustache? Tell me something about that face from that.
It's his eyes.
Okay.
I know him. I know it's him.
What color were the eyes back then, if you can remember?
It's him.
Judge, I have no further questions.
Read it right now.
No.
This one is going to be excused. Okay, thank you. You may be excused. Any additional witnesses?
No additional witnesses, just the items mentioned.
Is it the defense calling witnesses?
Not for purposes of exam.
May I post a question?
Yes. Proceed to argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to be clear, after hearing the testimony today, I am asking the court to also bind over on 2 additional counts of criminal sexual conduct, first degree, involving force and coercion. That is the penetration with the finger in the butt and with the penetration of the defendant's mouth on the victim's penis. It's only charged with 1 count of criminal sexual conduct, first degree, as it stands, but in conformity with the proofs, I'm asking for additional counts. Your Honor, we are asking that the defendant be bound over on these charges, given the strength of this case, given the testimony of the victim, who testified that he was basically out. He had been drinking, he's forthright about that. He was singing at a bus stop, and the defendant in a vehicle asked him to go to a party, which is what he wanted to do, but instead of going to a party, he ended up in the basement of the apartments at or near Jolly Road in Ingham County, Lansing, and subjected to the accident he testified to. That is the penetration with the mouth on the penis, using force or coercion by the arm behind the back and pushing him, and also the choking that occurred. And then the penetration that followed, which would have been the finger in the rectum, he said butt, and then the penis in the butt or rectum. He testified that he was terrified, scared, frozen. He said he wanted to vomit, and he left after he waited some time after the assault, but then after he waited a little bit, then he went to Tim Hortons in the vicinity and asked for help, and went to the hospital and had a SANE examination, which in my opinion is very telling in this case and consistent with the victim's testimony. You can consider the SANE report. In the SANE report, there's even more detail, Your Honor. He says that the defendant did these things: put his mouth on his penis, put his finger in his butt, put his finger in his finger, and then his penis in his butt. He says he was on the ground. There was dirt and stuff on the ground. So the defendant ejaculated in my butt. He says he was choked about 3 times to the point where he almost passed out. He said that he felt my lips sweat and go numb. Reported nausea, abdominal, it's abbreviated ABD. I'm assuming that means abdominal discomfort, headaches, crying. Also very telling, Your Honor, the nurse observed injuries. Minor in nature, yes. Probably the emotional injuries are more significant than the injuries, but nonetheless, the SANE report indicates that there's redness around the neck, and that he reported difficulty breathing, bloodshot eyes, and she did, in fairness, say that that could have been from crying. There was linear scratches on the forearm and back, and notably consistent with oral penetration by the defendant on the victim's penis, a scratch on the penis. Given meds, swabs were collected. The items were shipped off to the lab. These items were entered they were sent off for a profile. A profile was developed, and that profile was entered into CODIS, as the reports indicate. Analyzed. The sperm fraction was the one that was entered into CODIS, and there was an association made with that and the defendant's DNA on March 13th of 2017. Report number 3 indicates a very, very, very telling result, which shows that from a buccal swab taken from the defendant by Detective Harrison matched the anal swabs. And if you'll note, Your Honor, it says epithelial fraction and sperm fraction. So 2 different types of cells were a hit to the defendant, and you have the probability and you have the in-court identification. So I am asking the court to bind over on 3 counts of criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree. I will put on the record at this point, in fairness to counsel and all involved, that there are prior felonies, and I will be charging the defendant as being a habitual offender in addition. If the court binds over, we would ask the court to bind the defendant over on the charge as contained in 2 additional counts.
Okay, this is charged as a, sexual conduct first degree. You're asking to add 2 counts of third degree?
2 counts of first.
Okay, you just said 3 counts of third degree. That's why. I
I'm
was
so
double checking.
sorry.
Okay,
2 additional counts.
okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Your Honor, I just had this not be bound over today. I know it's a low standard of proof for the prosecutor, but let's look at a couple of things. Bobby testified today to an event that occurred a little bit over 11 years ago. They admitted they were drinking and a pint of vodka that night. I questioned their memory. They aren't able to give any real description of what that person looked like. So how do we know it was the defendant here? We also aren't certain there was any injury. So I'd ask that this not be bound over as charged. Thank you, Your Honor.
We're just relying on that as not going to address the other exhibits that admitted as relates to DNA. Because the alleged victim couldn't give a descriptive outline of what the person looked like. Your argument doesn't even address validity of the reports.
Well, there's many different reasons for DNA, Your Honor. All we know is that it's in his male bloodline. We don't necessarily know if it's him.
If that's gonna say you didn't even address that at all. Okay, any re-argument?
Well, Your Honor, the victim identified the defendant's face and said eyes, and I was asked about eye color, and I got a little bit frustrated with that question, understandably so. She said his face. She didn't give a, description about haircut or facial hair, those kinds of things. She said that's his face. And then we have the DNA, as the court has noted. We could do this case, we could do prove identity without the victim's identification based upon the DNA result alone.
There was a date that was set for preliminary examination. The burden is upon the prosecution to establish that they have sufficient probable cause that a crime was committed and then probable cause sufficient to charge you, Mr. Vail, with the crime. This is not a trial. They don't have to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. They just need more than mere suspicion that the crime the felony alleged occurred. And that information is flexible. The burden is flexible, but it's based on the information as is presented to the court today, and I will be the sole determiner of credibility of the witnesses. I have here a felony complaint that charges you with 1 count of criminal sexual conduct in the first degree personal injury, and the people are adding or requesting to add a count of or 2 additional counts of criminal sexual crime in the first degree. The elements of criminal sexual crime in the first degree require that if this goes to trial, they would need to prove beyond a reasonable doubt first that you engaged in a sexual act that involved one of these following circumstances. Entry into, in this particular case, the person identified as Bobby or Robert Emery, and genital opening or anal opening by Mr. Vail, using his penis, finger, or tongue. Any entry, no matter how slight, is enough. It does not matter whether the sexual act was completed or whether semen was ejaculated. B, entry into Bobby or Robert Emery's mouth by the defendant's penis, or any entry, no matter how slight, is enough. It doesn't matter, again, whether or not the act was completed or semen was ejaculated. Or C, a touching of Bobby Emery on their genital openings or organs with the defendant's mouth or tongue, or entry by any part of the person's body, some object into the complainant's genital or anal opening or another body's person. Any entry, no matter how slight, is enough. And again, it is alleged in this case, or would be alleged, that the sexual act was committed by, in this case, causing personal injury. Doesn't matter how or whether sexual act was completed or semen was ejaculated. Without rehashing the details in this case for a third time, we did have testimony today from a person identified as a Robert Emery, says that they go by Bobby, that at the date and time of the incident, they identified as a female, they now identify as a male, that they were at the address or the area located on the 2305 Jolly Road or Penn, Pennsylvania Avenue at the corner near the bus stop on or about the date of August 4th, 2013. They Bobby testified that at the time they were singing or had been drinking. Later on cross-examination, it was determined that Bobby probably had about a pint or more of vodka, maybe vodka mixed with another drink. That the person that he identified in the court today as the defendant approached, asked what he was doing. He said Bobby responded he wanted to party. Bobby got into the vehicle with Mr. Vail, or the person identified in court as the defendant, Mr. Vail. And Bobby said he was taken to an apartment or a basement, possibly a laundry room, but repeatedly mentioning dark area in the bottom level of apartment buildings that had some chicken wire covering, and that while in that location, the testimony was that there was an assault of some sort, being that there was his arm was grabbed and put behind his right arm, grabbed and put behind his back, that he was forced to the other side of the room, placed on his knees, and forced to perform sexual acts. The testimony as presented elicited evidence or testimony about sexual acts that involved the defendant's penis to mouth, the victim's mouth, defendant's finger to the alleged victim's anus, and penis to anus. The people are asking to add additional counts based on that. There was also lab reports that were submitted by the people for statute. People's 1, 2, and 3, and 4 that were all admitted. One is a report from Spiro. Again, there were 3 lab reports from the Michigan State Police Forensic Division and Biometrics Division, which in combination resulted in an identification of the person identified in court today as Henry Bill. Based on that information, the court is satisfied that there is sufficient probable cause as to count 1 and sufficient probable cause based on the testimony to add a count 2 and count 3 of criminal sexual conduct in the first degree. Each count will be bound over to the circuit court for further prosecution. The bind over date is going to be November 13th, and the people have indicated that they intend to add habitual offense notice. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
A bond in this matter was set at 100,000 cash surety. That will continue. There was or should have been a no contact order that will continue as well. And as to the bind over date, that's not a date, sir, that you would need to appear in court unless Mr. Feigelson files a motion for you to be rearranged in circuit court, okay? Your next court date will then be a pretrial. Do you have any questions for the court? Okay, any additional matters for the record?
Not from the people, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Beal this afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, and the prosecution's exhibits are there.
Thank you.